He had vanished from the warehouse after Aiden had run into him. The party then was introduced to a potential new member as Varnax stabbed a doll in the chest, and then it threw him backwards and erupted in tentacles and a showering of viscera. And up comes good old Kenji. Everyone's favorite. No one is uncomfortable around him at all. Honestly, just a true treasure. And with that, the party had some conversations both around Kenji himself, but also around what to do next in order to find Imberhand, as he has fully disappeared, leaving only one intact glass bead and one shattered glass bead, having had conversations with people in town that may be able to assist in identifying the object, as well as Terry and Darrington, who has offered to augment this glass bead in case it was something you'd be interested in. Are we taking a step back and going between a conversation between the two of you?
It's up to Ryan. I'm fine with it, and I think everybody else is.
Sure, let's go. This gives us a chance to think about where we want to go afterwards.
Yeah, there was a brief conversation that had to have happened in order to get Cassandra to show up to the brigade with the bead, and so we're going to jump back and do that really quickly. In the meantime, the rest of the party come up with, or be thinking about what you want to do next, so that when we finish with this, we can jump back into the.
We're still all at the inn, and we just talked to Kenji, and he's saying I can help. And he wants to make the world a better place, right? I mean, that's basically where we're at.
The last place was the Darrington Brigade.
Oh yeah.
Talked to Tyrion about.
Yep.
Okay.
But yes, you're all together. So jumping back quickly to at this point, Yotev had gone for a walk, where I made him roll a random d20, just to remind you that happened.
Yep.
And then during it, he got a message from Killian, basically saying, "Hey, we need the bead." So knowing where Cassandra set up her tent, you went to go find her and have a quick conversation to get that back. So in the middle of town, we see a very well-made tent that was you've watched it sort of magically pop up and shrink down now twice, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Where it's able to just sort of, with a pull of a string, it sort of sets itself up, and it's sitting on a corner, and you actually watch as someone exits the tent, having just gotten their fortune read, and begins to walk off into the street, looking a bit better than they might have before, but leaving the tent nonetheless.
Changing lives. Super cash.
Yotev is going to approach the tent and peek his head inside and say, Cassandra? You here?
It is a very small tent. It is, as of yet, the same. As of right now, it is the same size on the interior as it is the exterior. So as you stick your head inside, she's right there.
Okay.
Sort of
There's like
looking
a
up.
table. There's like just a small little round table that's big enough for like maybe 4 people, but not like super big. And I'm
Okay.
sitting on the other side, so if you peek in, you should see the table, like a chair, the table. And the
Yes.
So it's not
In
very
the
large.
process of picking up cards and like reshuffling them, you just sort of poke your head in, and she's sitting right there.
Hi Cassandra. Killian had requested for me to come see you.
Okay. Do you want your fortune read, or do you need something different?
Well, Killian asked Yotev to bring Cassandra to Darrington Brigade, but Yotev have been walking around Deerstock for a little bit. And as someone else who is also a tad bit uncomfortable with living, walking, talking doll, Yotev would like to sit and converse with Cassandra.
I'll just motion for the seat in front of me for the sitting.
Yotev will like pull up the stool and like hop a squat in the seat.
Okay. So I don't like it. I don't think you like it.
Yes, 'tis true that Yotev is uncomfortable with spooky things. But Killian made really good remarks and trusts Kenji for whatever reason.
Okay.
Can you explain to Yotev again what it was you saw?
Oh gosh. Okay, so hold on. I have to grab the notebook the note was in because I don't miss it.
This is teaching me
Later,
that the
but-
question. This is me teaching me that the question at the beginning could also just be lore based. And
Yes.
do you remember what happened last session?
Yes.
Wait, well, here's the part. She
This was 2
wanted to
sessions
have
ago.
this conversation. You would have thought she would have been ready for said conversation.
Yo, Varnex is kind of
2 sessions in like
Frank, you
it's
see
2
my message?
sessions in like a month ago, so it's not that bad. But like
Yeah.
Right? Like we've had some shit
Virtual
happen
tabletop.
in real life. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
And I didn't have my notes because we're redoing my whole office. So
You know what excuses are? They're like buttholes. Everybody's got one, they all stink.
I'm so glad that you asked. I'm so glad that you asked Killian. Just 1 sec. It's
But I still love you.
I would hope so.
you can really feel it.
So Kenji being a terrifying monster who devours souls. Do reading. And push to stop with each card and continue because.
Kenji Comrade.
Yeah. Also,
so
K
I'm
Comrade.
reading
K
part
Comrade
that
for
is
short.
Glowing with small lights flying past, and as they enter the heart, it grows brighter and brighter, and eventually explodes. And Kenji emerges, but is no longer a lifeless doll, but a small girl with growing hair and smooth skin. She looks directly at me, and I get slammed out of the vision and proceed to apologize to the Fae for not saving enough people.
Fascinating.
The last bit would not have been said out loud, but all of the other bit would have.
Okay, so everything
Up
up
until the Fae.
until you get launched out and like
Yes.
talk to the Fae.
Yeah.
Quick question: Did you say it was a girl, Snooky?
I don't remember
I don't
if
believe. I think I probably would have assumed so based on the description given,
Okay, I got you.
but I can adjust that in my notes if you need me to.
I'm
This is-
unsure yet.
Your
Unsure.
notes are your perception of things.
Yeah.
I think that you did.
I was just curious.
Your character thinks it's a girl. That's fine.
if I did, it was unintentional.
I don't think that I say any pronouns. I think I just refer to you as Kenji. No, it says but a small girl with growing hair. So I think that if Caleb did, it was unintentional. But that's I almost wrote what he said word for word,
Hmm.
so I can adjust it really easily because I wrote it in pencil.
Well, you know those people. Well, never mind. I'm just sit over here. Sit over here.
But that was almost exactly what Caleb said to me.
Okay. So, Cassandra, you say that Kenji is going to is essentially best way Yotev can describe is in like a chrysalis stage to then like emerge into something greater.
I think probably still the caterpillar phase if we're gonna go that route, because right now what Kenji needs to do is to continue to devour souls,
Hmm.
and that would be more attuned in my mind to a caterpillar, right? Because eating a ton,
That sounds correct to Yotev, yes.
right?
And
then maybe crystallizing or whatever. Probably. That's a pretty good fair assumption. But 100%, the more souls Kenji devours, the stronger they get. And I don't know that it's a good thing.
do you suspect Kenji is dangerous?
The way that this was originally proposed to me, I think I would probably say yes here. I think that I would probably be very hesitant because it was such a, like, don't finish this. Like, you should not be doing this kind of a feeling. So yeah, I'd probably be, I'd be cautious and hesitant, but I don't know that I would have an opinion of, like, danger necessarily.
Okay. Yotev is in troubling position at the moment. Before Persai's passing, he requests if Yotev could build Kenji essentially a set of working legs to allow Kenji to be able to walk and maneuver on its own. The science in Yotev makes him want to really dive into that. But the spooky really makes Yotev not want to do that.
Fair. So, what if I help with the spooky part and just like am there when you're doing the science part, reassuring you that it's not that spooky? And we just kind of do it together, and then you're not doing it alone.
Yotev like this plan?
Because I can be small and not in your way, obviously. Plus, I come
Yotev
with a
would
very
like
nice
to
cat you
see-
can pet whenever you get very nervous.
That is very nice. Yotev would also like to see if this is something that you're willing to do. What does Yotev's fate have in line with Kenji?
Caleb,
Huh?
have I technically done a reading on this day? I don't think I have, right? I don't know.
We haven't had a long
You
I
wouldn't
would've-
have had a long
because this morning.
Did you
I
do a
realized-
reading after the meeting?
I did the reading.
Wasn't your
Af-
reading what gave you the vision?
yes.
Uh-huh. Was that, have we slept since then?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because we're short on spell slots and stuff right now.
Am I allowed to do one anyway?
You can just
Well, it's kind of up to Caleb. Caleb gets to decide what I know from the vision anyway. I'm not supposed to be able to use because it's my background. So I can do it NPC wise and it not matter for money like as many times as to make money, but like actually in story wise with us, I can only do it one day, is my
Mhm.
understanding. So if
Yeah.
Caleb wants to make an exception, that's up to Caleb.
I would say that for bigger things like this, I would definitely make it once a day. So
Right,
Yeah.
you're able to make this reading for Yotev, but it'll have to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow. That's fine. Then that would be what I tell you. I will tell you that I am too cosmically drained to do one today. The one I just did was my last one. But I could tomorrow. Once I've rested. I just need to rest first.
Yotev is very intrigued by this response because of whatever potential knowledge he would know of fortune telling, and if specifically he understands that she reads tarot cards. If he's
And
he's
I-
assuming that the power comes from the cards and not through external means. So the fact that she's too drained to be able to give this to give a kind of reading like this is very curious to him. But he doesn't know how to propose the question to her yet. Then perhaps tomorrow you and Yotev should have this reading.
You're the first person to set foot inside my tent, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Which is so
So-
funny.
When you go to get up and walk out, you should see above you, from like looking up from where I am. Like if I was to look across you, like above you, when you get up to leave and turn around, right above the doorway, there's gonna be what looks like a window that shows the night sky, but it's obviously not nighttime outside in any capacity. So like when we're done with this and you're walking out, you're gonna see the night sky above you.
In like a little window, like inside your tent.
Yeah, that's not visible from the outside. The outside doesn't have
Sure.
any windows.
So Yotev, before as he's getting up and like doing his walkout, he's gonna like look up and like shift like right and
And
shift
they'll
left
move
to
so
see
you
like
can see.
to see like a depth perception to be like, is that just a painting or is there like more going on? What is that?
The sky.
You don't understand that sky, but that's night sky.
Uh-huh.
Why is that night sky? Is that real?
It's the sky right now above you.
Right now, above us, right?
It's what
But the
sky
sky
looks
is
like.
blue right now. No stars in sight.
Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there.
Ponder, ponder.
I'm not wrong.
You're not. You're not. Yotev's specialty is not in the cosmic sky and how the cosmos works.
It would look to you like if it were nighttime, it would look the same as what the sky would be that you are used to seeing.
How do you do that?
That you.
Yeah, 100%. That's what it is. It's part of the tent. It's just part of me. I don't have.
And where does Cassandra get tent?
Uh,
Well, tomorrow we do reading. Yotev will determine if Kenji is safe enough to build legs for. And then we go from there. But we should get to Darrington Brigade so that we can get help from the others.
Sounds good to me. And I'll like shoo you out and just pull the tent super casually, like it's no big deal that it does all the magiciness. Even though like it's very weird that it does this.
How small does it compact when
If
you...
I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, it's
it fits
a
inside of my backpack, so it should be fairly small
yeah, it's about
compared to its size.
it's about a foot across, but only about 6 inches tall. So
Oh,
the length and depth of it is it's about a foot by foot, but then
Mhm.
it's only about 6 inches tall. And basically, as she pulls this cord, because it's basically just a cord that she tugs on, you watch as the poles themselves basically like shrink down and collapse, and all of the extra fabric just sort of folds itself in. And there's like this weird floor contraption part of it that basically wraps itself up and puts itself perfectly there. That same cord that she pulls to dismantle it then wraps itself around into a tight knot, and that's what she has to pull in order to get it to pop back up again.
Like it's super strange and should not be a thing that happens. So it's
Yotev is taking notes. He'll need to know this. He wants to try to do it for his own machines.
Yeah, and honestly, given your arcana is a mix of magic and technology, you
Mhm.
have similar technology in like the cast on, cast off. It's sort of the
Sure.
same vibe. It's just on a different object, and so that
Yeah.
kind of brings to your mind different potential uses for it. Like, oh, what if we could just throw out a boat or throw out a building and like
And the cast
compartmentalize
on
that shit.
cast off is like not as elegant as like this is, where she pulls a lever and it all folds
Yeah.
it's
into
very,
itself.
very pretty.
Oh, now he's like,
How does Yotev try to make armor completely disassemble into bucks to then be able to reassemble out of bucks?
Mhm. Yeah.
and that's his. Now he's like he's on this little mind trail as
Iron
he's
Man
walking
3
about
vibes.
through town.
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
Start injecting yourself with like the receptor.
The
What-
only other thing
What
that's,
path he goes down is what we figure out along the way.
the only other thing that's like semi-important with what the tent looks like on the inside is that it is fully like lit up with like little like lamps all the way around, and there's like a little bed for the cat, obviously,
Mhm.
and there's a
Of
big
course, can't have a
circle rug
fortune-telling room without
that
it.
takes up the bottom that's got constellations and stuff all the way around it. It's a similar vibe of the night sky. And then everything just looks like you've walked into night, obviously. Like it looks like you have walked into a night sky if you could just walk in space. Like it's very, very like that theme all inside. Very sparkly.
So with
You're the
with
first
all of
person
that,
to experience it.
with all of that, there comes extra questions for you, Yotev, of what the fuck happened to the table.
Yeah.
How did the
Where did
lights?
the chairs go?
Yeah.
Did the light
I-
shrink down and like go out? Like
Yeah.
how does it not catch fire in like this little pocket
Yeah.
thing? Is it in
Exactly.
its own dimension? Like and like it just like inside out? Like what is all this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
These are all things he'll be pondering and trying to figure out basically every night for the remainder of our time together until he figures it out for sure and can replicate it.
With that, the two of you make your way over to the Darrington Brigade, where all that conversation from last week happens. Getting a general idea of what this item is, what Terry and Darrington could do in order to make it for you, with the caveats of he could make it to where all of you could go all at once, or he can break it and tell you where it would have taken you had he not broken. And with that information, you guys have a conversation, I believe, that you've got to have of what is your next step. Do you want Tyrion to fiddle with this, or do you want to go and try to find out more information on it?
I think my vote last week before we ended was going to ask the Fae first before anything was done to it, because we can always bring it back to Darrington, and Darrington said it would take an hour at most. So my vote was going to the Fae first, and I don't know that that would have changed at all with Yoto's conversation that we just had.
No.
I still want to go to the Fae to be like checking up on them anyway. So that's still my vote.
I would have gone to the Fae.
I'm gonna say like quiet enough that Barrington can't hear. Yeah, I'm not too confident in what he can actually do with these. Let's at least see what the Fae have to say about it first.
You're so...
I assume we're all back together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're all back together now. Yeah, we're present.
I don't think that Kenji is really fit to go in to see the Fae. So I think Kenji and I, since I really don't like them anyway, we'll stay here at the end. Are you okay with that, Kenji?
Why can't I meet the Fae? I'm always down to make new friends.
Yeah. Then somebody else can take you.
Not it. And I'm gonna shrink down and get on Yoto's shoulder.
Nose goes.
Wait, what did you just say?
Nose goes.
Goes.
I'm
No
gonna
go.
manifest.
Oh, and then he flunks Cassandra off of his shoulder because nobody
Rude!
sits on Yoto's shoulder.
Nobody sits on your dead shoulder.
After this conversation we just had about doing it together. Rude.
Killian attempts to get on Yote's shoulders. No, I was kidding.
My poor strength mod.
Maybe
I'm
maybe
like
kill.
6 inches. You
Maybe
don't,
ki-
don't weigh anything.
Here, you
I'm
want to see a
gonna
terrible?
manifest my. It's gonna look like just my swarm. It's mage hand, but it's just gonna look like a part of my swarm. I'm gonna pick up Kenji. It's gonna float 60 feet away from me while it's carrying him.
So Kenji,
Thank
you
you.
sort of feel these almost. It's a weird mix of organic and natural, like life, and the chemical reaction that is a flame. So it's like these little, almost firefly-esque embers that swarm around you. They don't burn unless he wants them to burn. So they just sort of feel warm to you. And it's odd because you are used to not feeling warmth. This is probably the first time since you got stabbed by Varnex that you're feeling like warmth on your porcelain skin, and it's
Hey,
weird.
Balder.
Oh, this feels different. And
Uh,
then, so they're 60 feet away. Everybody's 60 feet away.
Yeah.
So then no one would notice. But just for flavor, that if anyone was close enough, they would be able to see just small, like what looks like the little hairs. But if you were close enough, you would see that they're just like little tentacles that are coming out and trying to like feel those things and just figure out what they are.
He's getting carried by this little like swarm of basically embers, but they sort of, if you focus on them long enough, they almost look like a firefly as they sort of flicker in and out as they're embers. You know, they burn. They don't last forever, but they're constantly being replenished and replaced. He's being held out 60 feet, literally at arm's length, from the rest of the group.
That is as
But,
far as I can keep him.
You're a mean one, little Kenji.
Get there eventually.
With that, the
So if
five
the rest
of you
the
then.
party, yeah.
Yeah.
If the rest of the party wishes to go to the Fae, Varnax, are you really going to miss out on the opportunity again to potentially give more souls or creatures to your god?
Here's the thing. You lost your name. We had to fight a dragon. I don't trust them. I don't need them. They're weaklings. They tried to sabotage. They killed Persai, and now we have Kinji.
But are you
Just-
willing
and
to
you
let
want
someone
to-
else get killed by the Fae because you weren't there?
You're the ones that want to go to the Fae.
You might be useful if something happens. Maybe keeping just a distance? You don't have to go and see them exactly, but being nearby in case we need help.
I don't really have a way to tell him if we need help, though.
Messenger.
Fine. Fine.
You just seem like man of action. Why would you want to miss action?
I just gave you the reasons. It's all good. Let's go.
So the 6 of you, some a little more begrudging than others, make your way towards the Fae.
On the way to
Um,
the Fae, I would like to manifest my Echo, just because I don't trust that vicinity. But I'm
Sure.
also going to pull Cassandra to the side and have a discussion with her.
Oh,
Okay.
wonderful.
And I'll go ahead and remove Kinji from the floating fireballs and put him on my shield on my back again.
Easily done.
Cassandra,
Yes.
I attempted to send you a message and received no response.
Oh. Well, that's probably a thing I can change. And I'll just, like, sit there and think, be like, okay, try now.
I will wait.
I think that this was something you needed clarification on as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's true. Caleb, can I just decide if my mind is room, can I just decide to open like a door for specific people so that part of my mind is open to specific people and be like, this person can talk to me
Yeah.
and like
I don't think
nobody
it's
else
clear
can?
if you can like choose which messages to receive or if you just turn it on or off completely.
Because I would like to like individually be like, all right, I will receive messages from X. Like my mind will accept them from these people because I trust them. But if I don't trust you, you can't message.
I would say that you, instead of having it be a door that you can open for certain people, I would say that instead it's like someone starts knocking on that room
and
and you can
I'll
see who it
recognize
is
who
and
it is.
determine at that time whether you let it through or not.
Perfect.
And there'll be times where someone's trying to send something and you won't know because you won't recognize the person or
But
whatever.
I can still make the decision of like, do I want to
Yes.
risk it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Knock, knock, knock. Somebody at the door.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. As long as it's a like typically closed and nobody can do it without my permission kind
Yeah.
of thing. Like,
It's typically closed. You could, in theory, open it and leave it open for everybody, or do it this way where it's always going to be defaulted to close, but you can see, like, oh, someone's trying to push in, and it doesn't feel malevolent, so
Yeah.
I will let it in.
You got caller ID on your brain?
yeah,
kind of.
basically. Yeah.
And I don't think that I would make it to where you would know, oh, this is specifically Killian, or this is specifically Persai. Or,
I'd
guess
probably
Kenji
get
now,
used
but-
to like their like vibe after they tried a couple of times though, right? Like of like if Killian has sent me 30 messages, I should be able to recognize what he feels like.
And your inbox is full.
That I don't know.
We can
'Cause
figure
I'm-
it out later.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can figure it out.
Kenji tries to send you a message and it starts feeling like smooth porcelain and rough wood.
Something stinky is going awry. I guess Kenji's trying to call me again.
Yo, my man does not stink.
I just got a bone-chilling feeling come over me. I feel like it's Kinji.
Yeah, exactly. A sense of impending doom and dread.
Do I hear like wet plats
Smell
on
like
the ground?
tortured
Like,
and sucked
puppy?
souls.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like so like with the sending spell, for example, if you know the person, you have a better chance of sending a thing to them, right? Like the better you know a person, the more likely
So like
that
for
spell is to
sending,
work.
then yes. But if it's like Kenji talking into your mind versus Killian trying to talk into your mind, I would say you probably wouldn't, because that spell does not require you to know the person. It just requires them to be close.
Message doesn't either.
Message does not.
Okay.
But sending would. So with sending, you would know who is trying to give you information via sending.
Okay. So Killian, I tell you that you can try again.
You got green list or white list.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm getting sound from somewhere. All right. I will go ahead
Hey,
and
Dad,
point my.
you have your phone on?
Could you hear that?
Yes.
Oh well, shit. I'm gonna have
I
to
will-
fix my. I had to readjust all my audio, so I got to figure it out.
It's fine.
I will point my finger at Cassandra and just say, "Can you hear me?"
But like mentally, right? Like you don't actually say that.
He just says it out loud.
Right, like, did you point at me and
Don't I-
say it?
Don't I
You
say
did.
it out loud and then it still like sends to like you mentally?
Yeah, you
Oh, yeah,
whisper
yeah.
it, but it goes into your head. So you kind of hear both. You hear
Great,
him
great.
whispering, but you also hear it in your mind.
But I can reply mentally
Yes.
back to him. I'd be like, yes, yes I can. Hello. Sorry about that.
Fantastic.
It should work moving forward. And then I would allow everybody, but still not Kenji, probably.
We could have such fun conversations.
This poor doll.
He's trying, you know?
So,
He really is.
but from me, she would get even more evil and malevolence than from Kenji. I mean,
Probably,
if-
yes.
You know what?
Who's to
No.
really
Oh yeah.
say but
Yeah.
Caleb.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It doesn't matter what your vision showed at the end of one episode, or the fact that the things that you've been doing is completely concerning. They've accepted you with open arms. Don't worry about it. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
Kenji,
saying.
on the other hand, wild card.
I
Well, you are.
did make the comment
is.
earlier to Fragan that I said, I love that they're concerned about if you're dangerous, but not Varnex.
Yeah.
The guy who
Hold on.
literally worships. Uh-huh.
Yotev's first response to seeing Varnex was
Demon
a
Man.
freak out of whether or not he was a demon.
Valid.
But it's a fair.
Caleb's like, I guess.
So there
Sure,
is
it's fine.
precedent for
There
both
is
of them.
precedence, but like also Varnex has been more or less accepted, and then Kenji's like, whoa, this is where
where
I
we-
draw the line.
Yeah, this
One
is
of
where we
the
gotta
two
draw
is
the line.
organic. Look.
Okay, so you have a thing against like synthetic life.
No,
Yeah.
because you love
Like
Racing's
racist
Dodie.
to
okay,
robots.
but like,
Yeah, you love
racist
Dodie and you're
robots.
gonna build machines. So how can that even be? You should be infatuated with Kenji.
He's the
fair.
guy. He's the one guy in like robotics and technology who's seen like all those AI movies and has taken it fully to heart. Like,
They're coming,
sentient
guys.
life will kill us all.
Yeah,
They're coming.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
I swear to
coming.
God, guys, I've seen it.
To be fair, we knew Kenji was spooky when Persai was still alive.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
this
This is true. We also didn't know Kenji was spooky when Persai was alive.
Been spooky.
Kenji
This is
did
your
nothing.
own fault, Frank.
And it, Kenji did nothing.
Yeah. Kenji's just. he's
Kenji did
harmless.
nothing yet.
At any rate.
Yet.
Oh, so now you're judging
Okay,
me for
Varnex
future
hasn't
crimes.
done anything yet.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So we
the
go
six
to
of you
bed.
now
Yeah, we go
begin
to
to
bed.
make your way into the forest proper. It takes time to make your way to where the Fae were, but eventually you begin to see the similar signs, the similar clearing. Though
Don't we use the thingy that they gave to Killian to get back to them? They gave Killian a thing of like if you need to get back here, use the was it a feather?
it was a dandelion, I presume, but that was to call them, not
Oh.
to go to them.
Okay.
That was if you want to talk again, we will show up when you use this.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You could do that if you wanted to bring them to you instead of going out all the way out there to them.
Now we go to the
We let
So
them know that we're coming.
with that, that's fine.
Just go chomping in.
You guys begin to approach the sort of glade that they were in before. However, you begin to notice that there are some things that are different. The place has been ransacked. While the leaders were away, the quicklings that were left behind were given a mission. The entire place is not destroyed, but many sections of it have been toppled, burned, and it looks as though the leaders came back to an even bigger problem. You're spotted by a couple of sprites that are on a sort of perimeter watch, and very quickly you are intercepted by a group of them as they sort of begin to ask you what it is that you're doing before you see these diminutive forms of the leaders begin to push through and calm this sort of line of question. And you watch as they Lorella sort of steps forward, torn wing on her back, and says, "These humans have assisted us and made sure that we survived in the attack from Axis and the others. They're to be allowed through." And she sort of looks over at all of us. "We're grateful that you've come. This nightmare, it seems, is not over for us yet. I'll be honest, Tarragon and I, we started to worry that things wouldn't be able to be resolved on our end. So it is good to see you back. Please, come in." She leads you deeper into their home. Some of the places that you guys have seen before are pretty badly messed up. The main sitting area has large sort of burnt scar marks, but the third chair, the one that belonged to Axis, has been removed. The last two chairs still remain. You see that they both Lorella and Tarragon sit down in their respective chairs and sort of look forward towards you and say, "We assume that your return is not something that we've, I guess, is solely for our benefit. Is there something that we could do to assist you?"
We have some additional information for you. Aiden, you want to tell him what you saw?
Yeah, sure. We went to check on Cinder, the one who runs the lumber yard, after thought the quicklings might have gotten to him first since he wasn't at the meeting, but I heard him talking to someone. I didn't recognize the voice, but I can only imagine it's the leader of that other party of Fae, the ones who joined the quicklings. I guess I don't really know much about them, but
You hear Tarragon curse under his breath. It's like, it figures that they would have gone to them first. We were both blindsided by this turn of events, and we had hoped that things would be over after the initial attack, that they would have disappeared into the night, not to be seen again. But it turns out that they've decided that this is the perfect opportunity to take as much of the forest as they can under their rule and lead the rest of us to the scraps that are left behind. We aren't going to give up without a fight, but we are concerned about the prospects of it. Do any of you have an idea of what this Ember had agreed? with them upon what he was getting out of this?
We don't know for certain, but he was the one making money off the lumberyard. I assume it was some way to continue with his operation. Or maybe a reason that he wouldn't need to continue.
Between the two of them, they sort of give uncomfortable glances, and he continues and says, with this coming to light, the fact that we were not only betrayed by the Quicklings but also that they had sided with, I guess, these civilians within Deastock. I'm growing more concerned about how likely it is that we'll be able to stay here in the material plane. The odds are stacked highly against us. Unless...
And in the group's heads, they will hear, is this something that you want to help them with?
I still don't hear it.
That's fine. The rest of the group will.
That's fine. I'll
You,
get there.
you technically would hear a knocking at your door. So,
And this is not something we can reply to mentally, right? We just hear this.
That's correct.
actually, so in order to do this, I will extend it to the two leaders as well. So that when they respond, they'll know.
There's context.
Yeah.
Since I don't hear all of that, I want to grab the pearl out of my bag and shrink down to their size and bring it to them and say, he left this and had more, and it took him somewhere. If you're able to help us tell it where it took him, we can probably help in some way track him down and maybe do more with that end of things. I'm unsure. And I'm just gonna set it between them somewhere.
You see that Dragon sort of gestures for Lorella to take it since she's more arcanely inclined. And she takes it and looks it over and says, we've seen these before. These are things often used by Darklings to travel great distances and make their escape. If crushed while in certain lighting conditions, it will teleport you to a predetermined location. We have not figured out how to track these things, but we are familiar with them. This is not something that we're going to be able to use to help you find them, but it is something that does very much condemn this man as being partnered with them, at the very least. It is clear that he has some connection.
Are you all aware that the Darklings were around here even? I mean, the three of your groups all got together and the Quicklings obviously betrayed you, but...
Dragon says, no. Up until now, the Darklings have always stayed within the Feywild. In this forest, the barrier between the two realms is more of a suggestion. They've stayed in the Feywild for a very long time. Given that he sort of gestures to the two collective groups here, left for the material plane, the Feywild's version of this forest was theirs to do with what they want. I do not know what they are getting out of this, but whatever deal was struck, clearly they are gaining a lot from it. since they came to help the Quicklings. I assume at the end of this, the Quicklings would have the ideal goal for them is the Quicklings would have control of this side, and the Darklings control of the other. Perhaps they want access to the material world. I know that we stand as a modest form of deterrent for them. They did not have free reign into your world until now.
Hmm.
And all I know about them are like just from fairy tales and stories. Right?
More or less. Yep.
Okay. Is there anything that I know about this forest and the Feywild version at all, since it's not that far from Zadash?
Roll history check.
22? Is that right? 22. I rolled a 19 plus 3.
Yes. So, thinking back, you heard about how, at least on the Feywild side, this forest used to be highly contended. It was a group of there are a lot of places all over the Feywild where the barriers become very thin. Sometimes it's just due to a strong Fey presence on the material plane. Sometimes it's because there's a strong material presence on the Feywild side that lets the two get sort of worn thin. And sometimes it's just a place that is significant enough that it is a constant in all realms. This is definitely more of the constant side, is that this forest exists in the Feywild, in the material plane, and in the Shadowfell, and all three of those line themselves up on this point. There are a number of different points that we've seen in the past, or at least have heard about. This is one of them. And as a result, if a certain group has a strong sort of base of operations on one of those, it allows them to very quickly and easily traverse in and out of these planes with very minimal levels of magic. It would take some doing for someone on the material plane to do so, but for a Fae, I mean, it's as easy as just walking through, almost. Given that information, it sort of begins to make sense as to what was happening here. There were Darklings on the Feywild side, and the material plane had these three factions, the Quicklings, the Pixies, and the Sprites. And while those three factions were here, the Darklings did not have the ability to easily just slip through because there were three whole groups that would impede them from passing into the material plane. Now that two of these groups have been gravely injured, and the third is on their side and have made some sort of deal, some sort of pact between the two of them, the Quicklings now control a lot more of the forest because they took care of a large swath of these Sprites and Pixies. But also, the Darklings have access to the material plane. What they want from that, you don't know.
Okay. I'll probably just relay that I understand what they're saying then, that, like, you know, I follow it a bit more than probably everybody else does with, like, the background understanding.
There is a silence between the two of them as they sort of come to terms with a couple of the things here, and then eventually they say, is there is there a way that we could convince your group, after having saved our lives, to assist in fending off this whoever's left? It has been a difficult day for us, but our hope is that you're able to do something to assist.
In everybody's heads, how fun our first adventure together.
Should we wait for OEF to come back?
Probably he is the broken.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a little frozen at this point in time.
Yeah, he said his
Well,
computer locked
he-
up and he's rebooting.
So you might have to repeat that last bit.
Yeah, it's fine. If you guys are, while we're waiting for him to boot back up, do we want to take break 30 minutes early since we started 30 minutes early, or are we still shooting for 8?
Whatever works for you guys.
Why don't we meet in the middle and do like a quarter till 8, and
Sure.
then do
Come
8?
back at 8.
Yeah. Why don't we do it that way?
Oh, good.
Sounds
Then
good.
it's still in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That works for
and we'll
me.
just take a little bit of a longer break. Because we usually only do 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, we only do 20 minutes later.
There's absolutely no chit chat during that break.
Never.
It makes us
Not
go-
not a one.
Nope.
Your Discord name is outdated.
Who?
Yeah, it is.
Dragons.
Oh, I don't. Wait.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know that you can. You'll have to do it later, because if you change it now, you're gonna be between me and Steph.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah, I don't
swamp
want,
us.
yeah, I don't want. That's why I didn't change it actually, because I was looking at that and I was like, I can't put Kenji.
Kakenji.
Well, you can do it during break.
Easy. You know what? Actually, that's a good.
Just
You
put
can
Kenji's
do
name
it.
in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, just one sec.
You can do it now, while we're waiting on Dad.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh my goodness, so sorry.
There we go.
You're fine.
No worries.
You
Um,
look so stupid.
Who?
rude. So they just asked basically if you would be willing and or able to assist them in getting rid of the leftover quicklings and putting a stop to whatever's happening with the darklings. Was the
What's in
last
it
thing
for
you
us?
There's hesitation, and you can see that they are wanting to give a better answer, but or
But it's
come
been a
to
long day.
conclusion, and they the Pixie stands up and says, "We have not a lot left to give. Many of our resources were stolen, and we've lost a lot of our hold here in the forest. However,
Okay.
there are things that can be taken from us, that we have to give. I can grant a boon upon completion. Bear in mind that this is not something that we can do lightly.
Well, you've already tested us. You took his name, and I point to Yotev. You pitted us against some fairy dragon. We had to save your lives. Well, they did.
Do keep in mind that this is not a test or us saying that you are not worthy of it, but rather that in giving away our boon, it is giving away a part of us.
Understood.
But before, so directly to Barnex, Before we completely turn them down, a favor owed couldn't be such a bad thing for the thing
No,
that you're
that-
looking for.
Right, but that's what I'm getting at, Kenji, is that maybe in the future, right now, and I'll talk out loud so they can hear it. They're not able to really provide anything for us, but something in the future, perhaps some act of magic or
So for those who are
Guidance.
unfamiliar with Fae, this is not a, oh, we'll help you in the future. There is a specific thing that they physically own that is a part of them. And if by giving this physical thing away, they are giving up a part of themselves, they are willing to give you this super precious Fae thing. But
okay.
the problem is it's like, it's kind of like if someone said, I will give you my life savings for to do this job, but they're hesitant about agreeing to it because it is their entire life savings.
Okay.
It is something that is deeply precious to them, but they are willing to give it to you hesitantly, but they're willing to give it to you because they want to see this done bad enough.
I'm gonna pull up my
Okay,
book.
so can you just tell me what that actually means? Because I don't know. What
Effectively, it's like a physical object, a magic item that is quintessential to who they are.
Okay.
And so by giving away the magic item, they are giving away a part of themselves. It's hard to understand because Fae are weird, and they are beings that are themselves these pools of magic, and they work differently than most other things do.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the equivalent of like, you know how in fairy tales it's like, oh, I gift you my wings and now you can fly. But that would mean that they would no longer have wings. They'd have to like cut their own wings off. and give it
Right.
to you.
Okay.
It's that sort of thing.
But it's just one object. It's not one for each of us. It's one thing for the group.
Yes.
I mean, we can always benefit from the ones that die as well.
We don't talk about that, Kenji. You and I are gonna have a little side conversation about soul sucking.
That was
So
just
I can
that was just me and
hear
you.
Okay.
Garnet
Yeah.
out loud talking, and I can't hear Kenji currently.
Yep.
And he said earlier that he was responding to Kenji.
No.
Okay.
I think I'd probably kind of chime and be like, I mean, of course we want to help. I think, well, I want to help. I don't want this to happen to anyone else, but Varnix has a point. We've already lost one person in this. I don't know if I can move forward in something like this if I don't even understand what it is that I'm getting.
This is
Is
also
there-
true. We don't know what this has of value to us.
Is there a way
It could
for,
not be worth it.
for me to describe it to them in a way that would make sense to them? Because I would understand.
I'm
what
going
this
to
is.
attempt to do that as well.
You've done a great job. I
Um,
totally understand what
no,
you're
no,
doing.
So she specifies that I'm willing to grant you my magic. She sort of shows you again her wing that has been wounded. It says, I've already lost my ability to fly. The only thing that makes me still a pixie. The last thing that defines me as Fae is the magic that I wield. When
So
I
you're-
give this to you, I will lose everything, but they will live. She gestures to the others.
Then my question to you is, how are you going to protect your people? Even if we try, we can't get them all.
I
The
won't.
Darklings are still going to be there. We can't go into the Fey realm.
We don't expect you to, and I won't anymore. She sort of looks around at the collective crowd and gestures to a group of them and says, one of them will have to pick up. But it's worth it.
So basically, you're saying you'd sacrifice yourself for everything.
Yes.
Can I try to hug her because I understand what she's saying? And I know that it's difficult.
Sure.
I try to give her a hug.
It's
And I look
reluctant.
very sad because
Yeah, it's
I
reluctant,
understand.
and a couple of people like step forward, like, that's fully like still
Not
the
allowed.
ruler of this group, and she just sort of holds up a hand and lets it happen. And
Gillian, what do you think of this?
And I'm gonna like brush some tears away and just be like, I want to help them, please.
Plithu,
I don't care.
Kenji,
I
go ahead
believe
and get in my brain so you'll understand what Plithu means.
Interesting.
Seriously
think-
weak.
I think everybody has a purpose in life, and it might be this thing's purpose to feed us, to help make the world better.
Yotov,
Mhm.
I believe we should continue to have these creatures. Boone sounds like an excellent thing to have in our pockets.
Yotev agree. With Fey magic, Yotev can try to create things that normal people couldn't even imagine.
Real quick in your head,
Yotev is in.
like legs.
Possibly.
Possibly what?
Kenji just said something, but that's
Creepy.
What did Kenji say?
Trust me,
I
it
didn't
is.
hear it.
Oh. just for shits and giggles, Varnex is gonna do.
Oh fucking Christ!
Well, really quick. Actually, it's a feature. I'm gonna go ahead and use.
Sure it's not a bug?
Divine. No. I'm gonna go ahead
It's
and
not a
use
bug.
Divine Sense.
It's been
Uh-huh.
around long
And,
enough.
and I know that I got an undead over here with Killian. Okay.
Oh fuck!
Mhm.
Okay. What am I getting from Kenji here? Or even in the
Honest-
general direction of the Fae and all that stuff, and
Honestly, from Kenji, nothing.
not a thing. So he's not good. He's not evil. It's okay.
Because
It's
it's
empty.
celestial, it's fiend, and it's undead, and this
Yeah.
doesn't register as any of those.
Correct, okay.
In fact, as you're sending out this sense, it's almost like if you were to have taken a picture of the things around you, but instead of seeing Kenji, you see a blur.
Okay.
There's like, in your sense as you reach out, Kenji is a smudge.
So he's either got the ability to actively block that, or he's just off.
Or he's
the radar.
something even wild.
Different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the Fae don't show up at all because they're not listed as celestial.
Mhm.
They
That's
would show
fine.
up as good or evil, though,
Mhm.
right?
There's nothing about good or evil.
Yeah.
As an action, you
Yeah.
can detect good and evil. What are you talking about? It's right there.
It lets you detect hollow and hollowed or desecrated ground.
No, within also I can detect that, but it's good and evil first.
Well, so it's saying that you can detect good and evil. Like, you can just detect things around you, and then it goes into... That's flavor text, basically. It's telling you can detect good and evil. Here's what it allows you to do. Until the end of your turn, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell, or the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Yeah,
So-
so he can know if people are good or evil, generally.
No,
speaking.
that's not what I was saying at all. Is the good and evil part is flavor text.
The description of what detecting good and evil is being able to identify hollowed or desecrated ground.
Wait. Right. Okay, but in the summary, okay,
Mm-hmm.
as an action, you can detect good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead.
Right. So
And
they've
it's 50
clarified
feet.
what good and evil is. So it's until
Okay.
the end of your next turn you can sense anything, the hallowed spell, or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. That's the
Yeah,
good and
so-
evil part.
For a clarification, right? There's a spell called Detect Good and Evil
Right.
that allows you to know where aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead are within 30 feet of you. This is your ability is that ability, but a little bit weaker because you can do it for free. So
Okay,
it's,
okay.
it's narrowed it down to celestial,
All right,
fiend, or undead.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just super casual, 5+ times per long rest. Jesus Christ, dude.
Okay, just as clarification for me.
Mhm.
So what is the classification of an actual fiend? A demon,
Demon or devil.
demon or devil? Okay.
Yeah.
And then a celestial is
is-
a god or demigod or
Yeah.
Angel.
all right. And then,
And then-
obviously undead is undead.
Yeah.
Like
Um,
you're a vampire.
Yes. Or whatever.
Kenji is. No.
I was gonna say whatever killing is, but yeah. So it's you're basically able to tell if something is a demon, devil, angel, god, or
Okay.
like affected by the devils or the gods.
All right. I totally misunderstood.
Nope, you're good.
And he gets nothing from Kenji with all of that.
It's not even that he gets nothing, because he gets nothing from you.
Right.
It's that Kenji is a smear.
There's a difference.
Mhm.
Oh, weird.
Mhm.
Like
So it's like undefined of what it is.
would it
Yeah.
be like foot odor, or would it be something that I would be able to find again?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Where he was able to tell that Killian was undead, he's not able to define what Kenji is.
Yeah. He's able to define, in a more accurate way, he's able to define that you are not celestial, fiend, or undead.
Right.
He has no clue with Kenji. Kenji is this weird thing where
Okay.
whatever Kenji is, it's obscuring himself from
It just
right.
said
Varnex's
yes.
sight. It said fuck.
Yes.
That's fine.
It's like, are you this?
And
this,
nobody
this,
needs
this,
to know I
this?
did that
It's-
because I
yeah.
can just do that. So
Yeah.
that's just an
It's-
internal.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same way that Cassandra is for Kenji. Because Kenji's trying to reach out into people's heads, and Cassandra is just a
Nope.
blur to him. Like, he can't reach that for some reason. It's the
I'm
same
not-
thing.
I'm knocking at the door, but the knocking just sounds like little scratches.
Yeah, so I'm like, nope. Nope.
It's like a
But
mouse
I've
is at the door.
asked, I've asked Yotev what he means by Kenji talking, because I want to-
Do you not know that Kenji has been talking this whole time? He's sending messages to Brain.
What?
Yotev's not crazy, right? Like
Every
Kenji
time-
is speaking to everyone through
So,
Brain.
I'll grab Kenji, and I'm gonna be nice. I'm not like manhandling you.
No
pick him up.
gaslighting me, okay? Like
Yeah.
Yotev, look. See, he's got a little stitched mouth here. It doesn't fucking open or work yet, and he's missing an eye here, and I'll poke my finger in the missing eye hole right there.
Maybe you
So,
can
yeah.
help me with these things.
He's talking in your head, and I'll set him back.
For some
Okay.
reason, I can't talk to her. The rest of you will play with me, but I don't know why she won't.
Cassandra, do you have like him blocked or something? Like,
I think.
are you not friends on Facebook?
Yeah, relationship status.
Complicated.
Yeah, complicated. Fucking crazy.
Kelly and I are friends. I don't know about that. Yeah.
No, can you not hear Kenji?
I don't hear Kenji. I think I'll think on it a bit more, but it's good to know that that's how Kenji talks to you. But no, I haven't heard a single thing they've said.
For now.
That is quite ominous considering he cannot hear you.
What? I mean, you said you would help. I'm hopeful.
We see how far we could really go, but there was no real.
You know, and he's just gonna mutter and trail off and like goblin and like.
I'll think about it.
Let me sleep on it, baby, baby. Let me sleep on it.
I mean,
Well, meatloaf.
for tomorrow first.
From Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
Got a whole reading plan for tomorrow to figure out how I feel about that.
Yeah. Same.
But now she knows in character that it's happening, and she wouldn't have.
Okay, so L'Oreal's gonna grant us a boon.
Yep.
It's basically her Fey magic,
Yep.
which we know is pretty damn powerful.
Yep.
Yeah. And Cassandra's just like crying, and it's like, you gotta help this so much. So kind.
I'll reach out to her. Will you die if you give this to us?
No. It's more like everything goes gray.
Kenji and I'll explain. She can never go back to her world. She'll be stuck here, and she won't be a true pixie because she'll have lost her powers.
It's so sad.
I'm over here like, I want that power.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm down to help if you guys are.
I'm fine with it. It's just yeah,
I would like to help them.
fuck it.
Sounds like a plan to Yotev! Yotev needs a little bit of that Fey magic anyway.
Doty.
Doty's here. Yo.
Oh shit, where you been?
Yeah. Oh, hey, girl.
Go ahead.
Where do we start?
Well, Kuros goes over to Tarragon. I don't know where this glass bead took your person. And in fact, we don't even really know where it is that they've held themselves up at this point. We've had some scouts check out their old homes that we knew about, and they're all abandoned. So we're not sure.
Fascinating.
Our best bet at this point is if you have some means of locating creatures, locating objects, or if any of you are just skilled in tracking in general. Because from here we don't.
Not done much with tracking face specifically, but I've done a fair bit of tracking in my time.
We could always ask. Wait, Tyrion? No. Oh my
Darrington.
god. Yeah.
Yeah, Terry and
We could always-
Darrington.
We could always ask him to augment it so we could all go to that place. And then hunt
And
them.
then from there,
I don't
From there-
trust it. Hang on, Yotev. I don't trust that son of a bitch with a bucket of water not spilling.
you'll never understand. Terry and Darrington sounds incompetent, but from other magical artificers and crafters in Deerstock, they speak in high regard of Darien.
That's because he does a lot of this.
He has good work with Doty. Doty is an incredible feat of ingenuity.
Do you really think he made Doty?
Yotep does not believe that Doty would hang around and serve Tyrion as much as they do, unless Tyrion had crafted Doti.
Arian is a very famous adventurer from a very famous adventuring group.
Yeah.
Full-fledged member. Thank you.
Tyrion, what are you doing in the Feywild?
Oh god, so what I could do.
Me and Kiki are super close.
Yotep can work closely with Tyrion as well to say that he don't screw it up either.
Well, if you could do it, why do we need him?
It always helps to have an extra pair of hands when working on something that you're not quite familiar with.
Killian, what do you think?
What is this in regards to? I'm sorry.
Turning the little pebble into something that we can all use instead of a one person. And we
Okay.
just follow it to wherever it took him.
I think it is a good idea. We need to track them down before we lose them.
Genji, how can you help Yotef?
Sometimes it's not knowing that's half the fun.
I think we just need to rest first.
Yeah, we could take a short rest if we needed to get ready.
What time is it?
Well, he did that because the augment was the hour, right?
Yeah, you guys basically were at lunch,
got
about
to the
lunchtime when
brigade.
you talked to Tyrion and them. And then it would have taken a couple of hours to get here, so probably looking at like 6.
So it is getting close into the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think we should leave first thing in the morning.
Right. Yotep believe what could be helpful in this scenario. If we all end up going to where we go back to Lumberyard, if we could go back into Cinder's office, set off the gem, and then from wherever we end up, Aiden, if you could track Cinder from there, figure it out possibly. I don't know how long. Yotep does not know how long it had been since
Oh.
he'd been in the area, but
I'm just gonna throw this out there. What if it takes us to a fiery pit of hell where he was protected when he came in, and we just burned to ashes?
we know it does not take us off of this plane. Tyrion did surmise that this object does not take us off this plane.
All right. Lava pit.
We could try to.
Aiden, can a
survive.
fire genasi survive inside a lava pit?
Might be able to.
About twice as long as a normal person, yeah.
Which is about
could.
0.23 seconds.
Yeah. They made it to the 2-second mark instead of dying instantly.
It's only what, like 10d10 damage per round or something?
It's something
my-
ridiculous.
10d10?
That's 10. No, 10d10 is your foot in it. If you're
Uh,
submerged, I think it's more.
yeah. Being submerged in lava or is the equivalent. So it's on the improvised damage table of the DMG. Being submerged in lava / being hit by a crashing flying fortress does the same damage,
Jesus.
which is 18d10.
Yeah, because they had to roll during the one campaign when, what's her face did the,
That's insta-death for all of us.
yeah.
And I imagine
Uh,
Cinder.
I have a chance.
You have a chance.
I have a
You have a chance.
chance.
You're
that's
resistant. You're resistant to fire.
Yeah. It's
Just
It's
take the-
lava fire damage, though.
Yes, it is fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not rock?
Yeah.
Because it's technically just
what is
heated
this?
earth.
Yeah, what is this Pokemon typing?
But
Let's just
it's
chill out,
it's
guys.
the heat that's killing you.
Fire resistance gives you. It like helps in desert environments too. I'm pretty sure.
Technically speaking, lava is water.
This is also
not
true.
not in this game.
No,
I will
technically,
send you the
no,
TikTok.
no, because I've seen the TikTok. The TikTok is saying that water is technically lava, not lava is technically water.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're not
sure,
wrong.
Sure. It's the best
All right.
TikTok.
Anyway,
Yes.
let's not get sidetracked. Okay.
Regardless, if it does send us into
let's
lava
not do
pit.
that.
I
The
don't
question at
think-
hand was Aiden would know if lava
Well-
of Fire Genasi could live in a lava pit or survive long enough to get in and out of a lava.
I don't think we'd survive, but I don't think he'd go through the trouble of taking all his stuff and getting it all together if he was gonna be teleported into some sort of lava pit. I think it was a mistake that he left one of these behind at all.
I'm just saying, you always have to be ready for any situation.
That is why the collective of us are going together.
Campaign 3, here we come.
I was about to say, if I TPK you guys by making it to where, like, hey, if you use this magic item, you will all die, that would be so fucked up.
I kind of like
We
where
have
we're
a
going.
nice DM. I don't know if you guys knew this
Even
or
like
not.
after identifying the item and getting
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
spent a lot of time on
Identifying
That is
it,
totally
you've got,
gonna
like,
send us
yeah.
to our death.
That D20 roll that Ryan did really fucked us over.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, if it takes us to some sort of lava pit, that actually might further my research along nicely.
of dying.
What are you looking into?
I'm looking for places on the material plane that might have the elemental plane of fire spilling over into them.
Do you say that out loud or mentally?
Yeah, I can't reply mentally to Kenji.
No.
Oh,
Fascinating.
He talks to us, we reply out loud.
okay. So I have half conversations this whole time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
weird
somebody won't
responses
open.
that
Somebody won't open
sound
up
out
to
of
the
nowhere.
scratching at the door. So
No,
I don't know what you want me to
I'm gonna
do.
Hold off until tomorrow.
All right, I'm gonna have as many half conversations as I possibly can around Cassandra.
I assume this conversation is happening, like as we're walking back towards Tyrion. Like, did we decide to do that? Because the Fae didn't really have any.
No, I think we should just go to the inn, get a good dinner, sleep on it, and really think this through.
Well,
And
we had-
Yotev, maybe you can study this thing a little more.
That can certainly
Yeah,
try.
Caleb, I'm testing you.
Before we left, could we try to get clarification on the lighting conditions for using it?
Yes.
Hmm.
Like,
Because
is it
they
dim
didn't
light,
specify
dark
that.
light?
Basically, because they are darklings, it needs to be in dim or dark light in order to work. The functionality of it is, since they are creatures, and you would know this from your stories, Cassandra, but they are creatures that like abhor the light, and it makes them weaker if there is light around, and so it is though a lot of their magic fails if it's in bright sunlight or direct sunlight. So even if you were to like do it under the shade of trees, it would work. It's just it can't be in direct sunlight.
Man, Drift Globe would come in handy right about now.
Yeah.
Light spell isn't sunlight. It's misleading.
I didn't take my spells when I leveled up, and I don't know what I want to think.
Before the party, like as the party's like kind of setting off, like to go, Yotev would like to hang back for just like a sec,
Mhm.
and approach the Fae, the pixie elder we've been talking to,
Mhm.
and say,
By the way, Yotev discovered something this morning that wasn't on his person before. Could you take a look and see what this is?
and he's
I
gonna
am-
like draw back for the mark that is on his shoulder.
You see that she's about to basically tell you that she's not a medical practitioner and that you should maybe go see a doctor. But as you pull it back and show, there's a moment of hesitation where she sort of stops mid-sentence and looks at your shoulder and says, gets someone to come over and help lift her up and onto your shoulder, where she gets down and sort of you feel this tingling as her hand touches the mark on your shoulder, and it is just electricity that vibrates throughout your shoulder. And as she pulls away, there's this weird release of it that is hard to wrap your head around. A part of it feels weird, like it was like your entire shoulder was just asleep, but it also feels kind of like this weird exciting tingle now. And she says, I'm not quite sure what happened here. Whatever it is that you've done, I don't know. I'm not used to people of the material plane. I realize that this is something that you could do.
Should Yotev be concerned? Like, is he sick? Does Yosho can
No.
shoot out something that like can imprint on opponent now? Apparently, does not really know what it does, but
You're an adaptive bunch. Seems that you've merely adapted to your new surrounding. Had you used your ability yet today?
So with the way it lays out is that I can use spell slots, or like the
Mm-hmm.
knock of it for either the spell I've used that I picked or Misty Step.
Yep.
I haven't used Misty Step yet. Don't know how to use Misty Step yet, really. But it's accidentally used Hunter's Mark.
The charge for Hunter's Mark is refreshed, so you could use that again today if you wanted to. But you can sort of
That's the
feel that.
charge. Yeah.
Yeah, as she had like touched it, it seemed to almost regenerate that ability to cast it for free.
Interesting. That's cool. Gotta be able to mark that on my sheet somehow, some way.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out.
thank you.
Yes. Do let us know if this develops further. I'd be curious to see.
Yotev will
you-
keep you in mind.
Of course. She gets carried back off and lands. With that, you turn and you catch up with everyone else.
Clambers back onto Killian's shoulder.
As you begin to make your way back to town. So, with that, is there anything that you guys are wanting to do before taking a long rest?
Party
Yeah.
still open?
Probably not at this point. You'd be getting back very late.
Okay.
Like 9 o'clock at night.
Alright, is the armor still open?
It would not be, no.
Oh god damn.
It'll be open fresh and early in the morning, though.
Yotev when we get to the inn, is going to go to the barkeep and ask,
This is going to seem a very random question and coming out of nowhere, but Yotev would like to know if you have any remedies or knowledge about how to stray away anything of the supernatural.
What? You're gonna have to be more specific. What kind of supernatural?
Yotev does not quite know.
Right.
He is something to repel evil in the room. He remembers things like salt circles once upon a time. in
I've heard of
Fairytale.
salt circles for like ghosts and stuff. I think you can like, there's some symbols that you can like hang over doors or something, and that prevents things from entering. I don't know. I'm not much of a supernatural person.
Does your guy have a southern accent?
Maybe.
Okay, I love it. I thought I picked it up. I just wanted to confirm.
Do you have salt that Yotev may be able to
I would be
use?
more than happy to provide you with some salt. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You see, she disappears, and then she comes back with just it's a small bag full of salt, and she just puts it down in front of you and says, that costs us like 2 silver in the market, if you don't mind paying that 2 silver so we could just pick up another bag tomorrow early in the morning.
Definitely. And Yotev will pay
Appreciate
up that 2 silver.
And she pockets it and says, you good luck with that and whatever it is that you're doing. Also, that's not gonna injure or hurt or haunt or possess anybody in our inn, is it? You're not like being hunted or anything?
You know, Yotev does not quite know. But Yotev
They
is
join
just
the city.
making sure his own ass is covered.
Are they within 30 feet?
It's a small tavern, yeah.
Detect thoughts. On
On
Yotev.
who?
On Yotev first. Surface.
Okay.
On
I don't
your
wanna-
first?
Yeah, I don't want to delve deeper. I just want to know what he's thinking of when he's picking up the salt.
Kenji better stay the fuck out of Yotev's room tonight.
And then as soon as it
He,
hands
is not,
over,
he will not hesitate to break it apart and send it all over across the material plane.
and then
Would
as
I
the salt's
still-
being handed, I want to do the barkeep.
You hear that her thoughts are basically, this guy is really weirding me out, but I will just give him what he's asking for and hope that he does not come back and bother me about this again. Is willing to sell him the salt, but also fully does not believe that whatever is happening. She thinks he's crazy.
Okay.
Would I know
She wouldn't be the only one.
or not the salt would actually prevent anything?
I mean, it
Would you-
entirely depends, right? Because like, it might help with certain entities.
Like plugs.
Yeah, like a slug.
slug.
If a flail snail was trying
Snail
to
that's
break into your
chasing me
room,
across the world.
yeah. If I tried to like ambush you guys tonight with a flail snail,
Yo.
you would be safe.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
If but if like Kenji tries to break into your room, who knows?
No idea.
But do I know if salt does prevent like ghosts or anything like that? Like, is that a thing?
Ghosts, you're not sure. You don't have any experience with ghosts. You know it doesn't stop Fae. You know that you can hop over that line as many times as you want. And it's not gonna.
It's not gonna stop evil either, because you know I can
Yeah.
go across it.
Yeah, Varnax would be able to cross. You'd be able to cross. You don't know about Kenji.
You
'cause
lick
you
it
don't
up
know
and
what
then
Kenji
chug
is.
down a martini, you know?
Yeah, you know. I would say as far as ghosts go, I don't think you would know, but you would definitely know that Fae are fine. Like this
So
is
he's
gonna
just-
help them at all with Fae.
So Yotev is just doing, you know, the
Protective
preventative maintenance
Yeah.
of anything, warding off the evil.
Yeah.
Warding off evil. Anything that
You're gonna
will
be shaking
work, will
some.
work.
He's gonna be shaking chicken neck bones and stuff.
Hanging cloves of garlic in.
Yotev's a man of God right now.
Yeah.
He is-
Like we rolled 2 nat 1.
For what?
Yeah, I was just rolling and
Mm-hmm.
The fidget
with
roll.
advantage I got a nat 1.
Nice.
I want to roll for slugs.
Yeah.
11.
All right, so 11 flail snails.
Yo, perfect.
No.
We have the salt.
Yotev is safe.
Okay, so I'm gonna go over to Yotev and I'm gonna be like, is that to try to stop, like, that? And I'm just gonna gesture to Kenji. And be like, I don't think it'll help, but if it helps you sleep, I guess you can make a big old mess.
Yo, I
And I
love.
want
Your
to say
dad
that
does not
he's
want
gonna
to know
make
if
a
it does or
mess
does not work.
in
He
front
will
of the
believe it
innkeeper.
does until proven otherwise.
I mean, we could test it out real easy. We just put a circle around the doll.
Yotev needs to be able to sleep tonight if we're going to fight Darklings tomorrow.
How does the innkeeper handle that statement?
Just stairs into the middle
Everyday
distance.
adventurer talking
Yeah.
everyday adventurer stuff.
Yeah. Do you?
Well, you know, sometimes the road can be hard for people. Like it messes with the brain, something fierce.
Oh, bless his heart.
Oh, bless his heart. There's something not right about that boy.
I'm gonna just pat you on your head and be like, okay, and I'm gonna go get ready for bed as well.
He's an old goblin. He just wants to be able to sleep, if anything.
Are you gonna test it out?
Absolutely. As soon as he goes into his room that night, while he's working after he's been... Actually, no, as soon as he steps in the room.
You're not gonna test
Salt-
it at the table?
No! He's getting away!
Killian did
He's-
say that he would watch over you while you slept.
Is also true. Just not in the room. Because Yotev doesn't want anyone in his room.
I will post up at the
What's your-
front door with a chair.
So you're paying for an extra room? No, I don't care. I'm kidding. I didn't say that for real.
So besides the salt circle, does anyone else have plans for the night before?
I'm gonna get some food and sit down and pull out my flask of coffee and drink coffee.
Easily done.
Can I sit down and see if there is anybody in the tavern that wants their fortune read?
I mean, for the sake of brevity, if you want to roll about it, we can roll about it.
Sweet.
Roll a straight d20.
Got a 6,
A 6?
16.
16.
Right.
Okay, performance check then. You find someone that's interested and willing to put up some gold for it, though they're a bit skeptical. 15? That'll be 2d6.
What's the going rate?
6.
They end up you give a rating to them very briefly, and they put down 6 silver for it as a payment.
Excellent. Well, I'm gonna go to bed now.
Oh, can I see if there's anybody who wants to gamble over dice inside the the inn?
Sure. You see that there's a couple of people who are actually in the middle of a card game. You don't know if they've got money up on it or not, but they're in the middle of some sort of game.
Want
I'll
help?
approach them and say, care for a quick game of dice.
Want some help, Killian?
Who said that?
Who said what?
Did you say you wanted to play?
I was gonna help you.
I'll just whisper, sure.
Bring me with you.
How do I approach a table with a doll and say, let's gamble?
Just tell them I'm lucky.
Okay, I'll walk back over and grab Kenji. Just by like, you carry a cat like when they're in trouble, you just get them by like the scruff of the back of their neck.
Yeah.
Grab them like that and just set them down on the table. Who would like to gamble 5 gold?
You see the two of them look at the doll and then back at you and the back of the doll like
This is for good luck.
I'll come to watch them as well.
Are you sure it's good luck, or are you just giving us bad luck by proximity?
I'll
I feel
pull
like-
5 gold pieces and put it on the table and say, Who's ready to find out?
Damn.
The one that you're talking to looks down at it and says, "It's a bit rich for my blood. I'd be happy to
spender.
I'd be happy to throw some coin around, but that's like multiple weeks' pay."
I will take back 4 of the 5 gold and just leave 1 gold on the table.
Looks at it and he's roll a persuasion check. DC's a little high because Kenji is creepy as fuck.
I mean, I have a +4, so that's a natural 20 for 20.
Let's go.
You see that they look at you and they look back at the gold, and clearly whoever this is, they're got a little bit of an itch for gambling. And they sort of gesture for you to sit down. You said dice was your game?
Yes, I'm proficient in, with dice sets.
Sure. And you see that he goes to roll for it. Go ahead and roll a d20, add your dex and your proficiency bonus.
Is there any
Mine's
way?
your-
Dex and proficiency.
Yeah.
Is there any way that if you guys are comparing things, that I can give him a benefit with detect thoughts and running it?
We'll say the game is like liar's dice. So, depending on how he rolls, you can basically tell if the other person is bluffing or not to try to see if they've got a better score.
And I'll feed that back to him.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I rolled a 16.
A 16. There's 2 of them. It's going to do 2d20. They're not going to be added together. It's going to be separate. So that's how one person rolled. That's how the other person rolled.
Oh, great.
Total of 20. It's a 13 and a 7. So you can tell that one of them actually roll a roll an insight, Killian. And Kenji, if you're reading their thought, then you can grant him advantage by just surface level thought, because they're not thinking of the number that they've got or anything, but they're thinking about, like, you can easily see on the surface level their tension, their nervousness, whether they feel confident or not, stuff like that.
100%.
So I roll advantage then.
Yes, on
Thank
insight.
you.
For you, bro.
Natural 20 with advantage.
No.
Christ.
So that's a
Twice
24
you've lost
total.
to dice gambling.
You're watching. You're sort of watching them, and one of them, the one that's got the 7, is very obvious in how he's nervous. The other one looks like he is a little bit more confident, but Kenji sort of starts whispering in your head about how he's a little uncertain. You don't think Kenji doesn't think he has a good hand, and you kind of look back at him and give him not a death glare, but just sort of like look more intently at him, and you can tell that he kind of breaks a little at your stare and gives you enough information. So with that, you did win. Got a 16 versus their 13 and 7. Each one of them pointed up a single gold, so you can add 2 gold to your sheet. They are going to ask to lower that price a bit, because that's a lot. So if you want to keep gambling, go ahead and roll another check like you did before. D20 plus dex plus your proficiency. And then that'll just be how you do for the rest of the night.
I'm going to wait for the rest of the night,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be for that much money, is it?
No.
Okay, so I'm
They're
not even gonna do that.
willing
I'm
to
just gonna-
continue to gamble with you, but they're lowering the threshold because that's a lot of money for them. But also,
just-
it kind of
that-
helps to save you.
After that first round, I'm just gonna stand up, grab Kenji by the scruff again, and just say, "Lucky," and just walk away.
Sort of shrug and go back to playing with cards.
As he walks away, if he passes by one of the people, Kenji's good eye will wink at one of the guys.
Lovely. That guy's gonna have nightmares now. It's fine. But with that, eventually, one by one, you make your way up to your individual rooms, retire for the night. One of you sets out a circle of salt. Do things happen in the middle of the night?
I would be posted up outside of his room since I promised that.
Okay. You can post it up outside.
He's also
Okay.
going to be taking a look for a while before falling asleep at our little crystal object friend.
Mhm.
Trying to
Cool.
see if he can figure out where it goes.
Not a crystal, not a gemstone. Glass. Little
Glass.
glass bead. Basically, you're carrying around a little marble. Little glass marble.
There you go.
And I'll ask Killian if he wants company for the night.
No.
I would probably offer Yotev to help, since I would probably be able to help with the Fey magic portion of it before going to bed if you wanted it. For the sake of, like, if it's been made by the Fey, I should be able to help in some regard.
And I'll tell y'all, at this point, with the identify spell and all of that, you guys have figured out a lot about this object. It's not as much of a mystery to you anymore. You know exactly what it does, just not exactly where it takes you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can figure that part out.
If you're wanting to augment the thing, you can certainly try, but you're doing so without a whatever level artificer with you.
Fisher stuff. Yeah. Okay. It was really just seeing like if we could figure out where it goes, but I think if that means that we have to reconstruct it, or we have to dismantle it, then it's probably not worth doing.
Okay.
Are there any other people staying at the inn, by the way?
There are a number of different people.
Who else? Like, are there different
want me-
rooms?
Yeah, bunch of different rooms. There are a bunch of different people.
I'm gonna be stealthy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 4, 22.
It's perfect. Then.
Want to choose pretty stealthy? What do you want to do?
I'm just going to check and see if any of the other doors are open.
The
not
other ones
ours.
that have people in them are locked. They did have enough of a good sense to lock the doors behind them.
Can I end up in the morning? Can I take my sentience rest around the bar? And I will be looking at and taking measurements of the barkeep.
Sure. You can do that.
So in the morning when people come down, I'll be on like a shelf where they keep like some of the alcohol.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's not weird or creepy at all, for sure. You do that. And okay. 15th level. Tyrion is 15th level. But so you all wake up, you get your long rest in. Since this is a long rest, I know we mentioned 45, but do we want to just go ahead and do it now since this is a pretty natural breaking point?
I'm fine
I'm
with
o-
that. We can
I'm
do
okay with that. Yeah.
All right.
10 minutes at 40.
All right,
Sure.
gonna mute now. 7:40, you said be back?
Yeah.
All right. And we're good. Oh. There you
I'm
go.
shoving the last piece in my mouth before I go back.
Let's go. I caught it on stream, don't worry. I made it
Nice.
in life. I peaked.
Fantastic. for those of you who haven't yet, feel free to go ahead and mark yourselves as having taken a long rest.
Yeah.
As you've all take that long rest, you get any spell slots, HP back, stuff like that. Which is good, because you may need it here in the near future, depending on what you do. So, you guys wake up in the tavern, in various locations around the tavern. One of you is sitting out in the hall, awkwardly. 4 of you have your own rooms, and then there's Kenji, who's sitting downstairs on one of the counters, just sort of staring at the whole room, watching the barkeep as he wakes up that next morning, takes over the shift for the person that was doing the night shift, and starts prepping the morning stuff. You do see the exchange really quickly between the night shift person and the morning person, as the night shift person basically says, "Oh yeah, by the way, I did sort of sell all of our salt last night. I'm gonna go make a run to buy more, drop it off, and then I'm going home." There's this quick conversation back and forth. It's like, why the fuck? Who bought salt? And just like a pound of salt from us. And she would. So you hear that whole conversation back and forth.
Can I talk to one of them real quick? Do you mind putting some salt around me, but just leaving a gap around one of my feet?
It's sort of or whichever one you talked to looks around confused. Not sure where the fuck that came from.
Down here. Yep.
They leave. They fully just leave.
Suggestion.
They're
That's
gone.
accurate. That's accurate.
Suggestion. I suggested one of
just-
them before he leaves.
Okay, you cast suggestion. That's a wisdom save.
Yeah. 15.
You go to suggest to this person something.
Motherfuck, dude, what?
And out of genuine horror, they basically they do that thing where when you were a kid, when you turn the light off, and then you like take the biggest steps possible to get to your bed so that nothing can grab your foot or whatever. They do that thing, but it's like they're taking the biggest strides they can out of this room and like away or around you to give you as much of a berth, and they're gone. Fully gone.
I hope you have a good day.
With that, whoever wakes up first, I assume it would be Killian, because you require less powered off time. But I imagine you're going to stay there till Yotev leaves. But whoever
Probably
wakes
be,
up...
like, up and about, but still like monitoring the door of his room.
Yeah. Whoever's up first, you make your way downstairs, and there's no one manning this place. We do see Kenji sitting on the counter, sort of waiting.
I'll come down next, get some coffee.
Morning. I think they just stepped out for something. If you want to help yourself.
Just be open breakfast bar.
Kenji, you and I have some work to do real quick. Shouldn't take us long.
Let's go.
So grab Kenji and go to the armor shop. Sipping
Alright.
my coffee as we go.
Easily done. You make it to the Squeal of Steel Forge. There is a large sort of smokestack that is built into this building, where it is a funnel of smoke already that is pouring out of this thing, as they have gotten to work very early in the morning. As you walk inside, you hear what sounds like almost a clicking and a whirring as a series of chimes go off to sort of signify that someone's entered. There's a short but very stout-looking dwarven man inside, as he is currently just sort of heating the fire up. Nothing's been thrown into it yet. It's just sort of reheating the forge, getting it up to a working temperature. And he looks over. He's got a small plate of what looks to be food that he's eating for breakfast, just fruits and stuff like that. So he looks up and sees you walking in, sort of nods and stands up to go and greet you.
Sit down. You can continue to eat. I just have, it might pique your interest a little bit, but I need to modify my shield, or have you just take a regular shield and modify it. See, I've got this little friend here, and I'll pull Kenji out, set him on the counter. That I need him to be able to be secure in my shield, or on the backside, so he doesn't get hurt, but he can still see. Not really a cage, but just something so and he's not gonna get hit by a sword, while I'm blocking and shit. So I just need something to hold him, and then where he can ride while it's on my back.
So specific.
Are you putting Kenji in one of those cat backpacks?
He's getting a saddle on the back of the shield.
On the front.
On the
Or
front
the
of
back, whichever. However the dwarf wants to do it.
He kind of looks at Kenji for a minute and sort of thinks about it to himself. Says, I mean, I suppose you could always add an extra strap into the back of the shield and just sort of strap him in with his head sticking out over the top. But I think that's sort
You
of
can't
odd.
add like a wire basket or something,
You could-
maybe some straps to where he can strap in so he doesn't get flung out if I make a really hard block or something, or I run.
Well, you could add a basket. It would make it a bit more cumbersome to wield. There's a basket here between you.
How big is Kenji?
A little bit smaller than Precise was.
That doesn't help.
So he's like
Less
a little
than-
small.
little less
and
than
Yotep
3
by,
feet?
like, yeah.
So if
Okay, so
Yotep
he's-
carried
He's
him,
a,
it's
he's
because
a big doll.
Okay.
It's like the life-size Barbie dolls that they have. A couple feet.
if
It's what's that new movie coming out?
Barbie, isn't it? Is the Barbie movie that you're talking about?
No, the horror movie coming out.
Caleb,
Oh, I don't watch
No.
that. I don't watch that shit.
no.
I don't like contrary
Oh,
to popular. No,
don't.
contrary to popular belief, I don't watch any horror movies. I hate them. I need to watch like something bright and sunshiny afterwards, otherwise nightmares for days.
So
I just don't watch them.
okay, then my thought of I was thinking he was like, this big.
An action figure? No. He's
Yeah,
more
yeah,
like
yeah.
he's
And then I
like a ventriloquist dummy size.
Okay. That makes more sense. I'm just saying.
Probably-
okay.
Probably a little bit
Then-
bigger for the sake of
Then my
also Ryan.
idea of him riding in my shield would not work.
I mean,
Constantly,
constantly no.
where if
something where I could-
even if I
I
were
could sh-
wielding the shield, he would be okay.
I mean, I could make a strap for him, but I mean, the basket would need to be quite large, and that would
Yeah,
make it to where it wouldn't sit on your back properly.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I
a
don't
Barnex
feel
getting a
much if
baby
you wanted to
harness.
just use yeah, baby Bajorn.
There-
I mean, I don't feel much if you wanted to just use a strap if that's what you're looking to do. Not
is
yet,
that
at
to?
least. To Barnex.
So basically, here's the problem. If I strap you to my shield, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to think of this. If I strap you to my shield and I actually start using my shield and just go one-handed, I gain the armor class. Would he gain armor class by being behind a shield?
he would technically gain cover,
Oh,
which would
shit.
give him AC boost. Yeah.
Okay, and then
Oh, okay.
To be fair,
so yeah, but I'm trying to think. So if I'm holding you, I'd have to walk like this the entire time so that you could see.
I mean, I could always be
Right.
off to the side if you wanted.
But if I hold
So that
you
if
down
it's on your
normal,
back,
well, if it's on my back, you'd have to flip around and do a 180.
my
Or spin
neck,
your head
my
around.
neck knows no degrees. I can go
Okay,
all 360.
okay. Okay, even better.
He's
But
got
what
much
about
strength to hold him down?
what about if I'm walking and just my arms at my side? Can you articulate up like this? You know?
I can do whatever I need to see.
Okay.
I
I'm
mean-
liking this idea.
I mean, it
Of
would be
just-
nice if I could just kind of slide into that, so I'm not always on your shield. So I'm like dangling, like a.
I could always take his hands and some like thin metal wire and like twist it to like your shoulder pauldrons so that his hands are attached to the pauldrons. And then all he would need is for the feet to be elevated enough to where his body can sit with the head over your shoulder. But that would be cumbersome to take off. Anytime you wanted to take off your armor, you'd have to have someone come around and undo the ties.
Well, I'm thinking he's gonna need his gonna need his hands. Yeah, I think just a strap on the inside of the shield.
This
'Cause
motherfucker has heard nothing from me and just
Yeah.
thinks fucking Farnex is like
Crazy?
wanting to
Yeah.
strap
sure.
in a fucking doll.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go ahead and move around on the counter there a little bit there, Farnex or Kenji.
He's not crazy.
Show the man he's not understanding.
Again, the dissonant like layers of voices that he will hear when I talk. Just to reiterate, whenever I talk in people's heads, that it's like he's
Yeah.
not crazy. He's not crazy. He's not.
He looks
crazy.
he looks down at this doll for a long time and kind of goes, I didn't
Hi.
know it could
Hi.
do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Currently, he can't really walk, and he can move his head. Kenji, do that thing with your head. It's a pretty awesome. Like I could go into a bar and into a tavern and make some money with this. Go
I'll
ahead,
wait.
do the spin.
I'll just wait until he blinks,
He eventually blinks, yeah.
and then I'll turn my head to face him.
He goes 360. It's amazing. Anyway, so yeah, I need to be able to have him protected.
The squeal of steel is never gonna be the same after. Yo, I'm literally the best person at converting people to a fucking religion. This is beautiful.
He says, well, it might be easier then. How much control does he have of his arms?
Kenji, we haven't really crossed that. How much can you move? He crawled out of my backpack and hugged a corpse. So yeah, he can kind of do that.
Well, he sort of goes over and grabs a chest piece off of the wall and puts it down in front of you and says, effectively, I could put like footholds here and here for him, and he could use his own. Now that I know you have like can move under your own power, he could use his hands, like his own physical hand strength, to hold on to the back of your armor, and if he's got the footholds, he can like sort of hang on, and maybe some straps there to help him, like so that he can lean back maybe and still exist there.
Is
Like,
studded leather the best armor that I can get for light?
Yes,
Does he have
excluding
some,
magic.
maybe? Do you have some studded leather armor that
I
maybe
do.
you could
Yes,
put?
this is a much more normal space for me to work in. I've got some halfling armor I could repurpose, yeah.
I mean, I could wear that, and then just put like a hook on the back, and then a hook on the shield, and I could just use that
Like a
whenever I need to.
carabiner almost?
like it would just basically like hook in. and then I would just hang there if I needed to, and then you could just hook it off. Easy. So you basically just put a loophole in his shield.
Yeah, so like a carabiner.
Instead, yeah, I don't know what a fucking carabiner is. First of all, second of all, I was gonna say Velcro, and then you just basically just stick me there and you can pull me off. But being being as it's fucking medieval
They haven't gone to
times,
space yet.
then
Hook and loop.
They've gone to.
Yeah, it is called a hook and loop. Velcro is the brand name.
Dad has like 30 of them in his house, and he is actively lurking for one.
Yes,
to learn.
I am. Sorry,
but like
I don't have my keys. I don't have any on my desk.
essentially because it doesn't need to be super straight. I just need to be
He
over.
wants to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
this.
easy. Yep.
Yeah,
there you go.
it's yeah. They're.
I'll be the
carabiners
keys to your car hook.
Carabiners are basically just an oblong shape where you can clip it onto something and it latches. So anything that's got like a loop or a circle, you can
Technically, a carabiner is used for climbing.
Yes.
So. No, those are key rings. So that is a carabiner. The S hook is a carabiner.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
a carabiner. Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to. So something like
That's
that
an
to
eye
hook on
Yeah.
to that. So that
Perfect, simple.
He says, yeah, that could work. That'd be an easy build. And you want the hook on the shield so that he can ride on the shield.
Okay, so I was thinking that if he was behind the shield, but he'd be protected while we were fighting.
Sure.
But just for normal.
Everyday locomotion sort of a thing.
Yeah, but if I ever use my shield, he's gonna be on the front of my shield because he can
No.
put the little hook on the outside of my shield, right?
You put it on the back too. And then, so basically,
yeah.
if you put it on the back, I just hook on. If it's at the top of my thing, it means that my neck goes down a little bit. I can turn around if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So it would just be you'd need a hoop, you need a circle, or like a thing on the back of your shield.
Worst case scenario, I could do both. I could have one in the front, one in the back, and you can choose which one to hook them onto.
And it would just come out of like the chest of his armor.
It could be, yeah.
The
You
hook
can
off
attach
the
it to
front,
the armor, yeah.
And he can hang wherever.
Yeah.
Front or back the shield.
He kind of looks down at it. It's like, yeah, the armor would be a good place to put it. Honestly, I could make a shield where there is the loop, the place you hook onto it is at the top, so that you can hook him on and you can just throw him over. I don't know how fragile your friend is, but you could just sort of shift him over the top and
he's
not have to
pretty tough.
unhook and rehook him.
I make a really great fashion accessory.
All right, so
I need studded leather then.
Okay.
Does he have that?
He does have studded leather.
So it's gonna take him a minute to. Basically, I've just got a normal shield, right? I'm sure he's got a normal shield there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll keep mine, and then All right. So here's the deal. You go ahead and modify a shield. You need measurements for him for his armor. Go ahead and get those. And then when you get the shield done, we'll just swap. Are you okay with this quality of shield? Is that even Stevens plus the labor and materials onto the new shield?
Should be pretty easy. So price of studded leather is 45 gold. Plus, we'll say 3 gold for the attachment on the armor and shield. And then trade for the cost of the shield. 48 gold.
All right, Kenji, you're lucky, because sad thing is Persai was not very good with his money. He only had 13 gold left, so we'll put that towards it, and I'll cover the rest. And you got pockets? You got a bag? You got a?
I have
you got
little
a
ones
pack?
here. Yeah, actually, I have a little backpack.
All right, so I'll make sure you get your cut of stuff.
Do you need money?
Well, it's gonna cost a total of 48 gold, and most of that's your armor.
If you look in one of the sides, there should be 50 gold there. I haven't figured it out exactly, so I'm going to will 50 or 48 gold into the side of a pouch. Right
Well,
now.
you don't
I want
really-
to. I have a thing that I want to work with you with, Snooky, but they don't have it here, so this sucks.
Well, the other thing you have 13 gold.
No, I have a lot
The
more than
church.
that. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm saying
Oh, from per size.
Versailles. Yeah.
Well, keep that, and then the 35, right?
yeah.
So then
that's
take
what I'm saying.
35 from what I have.
All right.
You shouldn't have to pay for this.
I got to pay for 3 gold of it because it's my shield.
No, I'll pay for it. I don't mind.
All right.
So what is it? 38 gold?
So if he's got 13 of the 45, then that knocks it down to 35.
Yeah, then just
32.
take 35.
13 of the 38 would be
Oh.
35.
Yeah. So
Right.
yeah, just you'll take it out of my pocket and then there.
Yep.
Easy.
All right.
And I will subtract 35 gold.
And you say you do have a small backpack?
Yeah.
All right. Got you some armor.
And I can add studded leather.
You got
which
a
is-
pack. Well, he hasn't made it yet. He's gonna have to modify it.
Oh, the studded leather. Yes.
Gotcha. Pack. Care if I rummage through this real quick?
That's fine.
I look through his pack. What basic supplies have you got in your pack?
Blanket, clothes, crowbar, a dart, a dread helm, hammer. The hat is currently on my head. The osnomnosis. There's a
Okay.
herbalism kiss, a pitten.
All right, so you got basic supplies. I'm good. I can see that you're good. Can't really tell what you're going to use most of this. The herbalism kit, I know. Rest of it, good. Close his backpack. All right, you're good. All right, troop. Mr. Smith, when do you think you'll have this done?
You can get this done in well, the shield would take a minute, but I think I can get the shield done in a couple of hours. The leather armor actually will be pretty quick. Most of it will be just resizing, which these are
Okay.
sort of built to do. So that when you purchase it, you can resize it over time. I'll have to punch a new hole or two a bit higher up on a lot of these straps because it's a lot smaller than a normal person I would put this on.
Right.
But probably 2-3 hours for both.
All right. We'll be back. And then we'll head out and go back to the inn. I assume you paid, Kenji?
Yep. Well, I mean,
Uh,
you got the gold for me.
Yeah. But it came off of his sheet. Yeah. So, in the meantime, while they're out doing that, the rest of you come downstairs. And there's no bartender this morning for some reason. Until eventually you see a woman in probably her early 40s-ish. She makes her way into the inn. She looks incredibly tired. She's got a bun sort of thrown up of red hair. As she comes in, she makes her way over to behind the counter and just starts sort of closes the thing behind her and starts going about normal business. And says, looks over all of you who are just sort of waiting around. And says, "Sorry about the lack of staff this morning. Someone called in sick. Is there anything I can assist anyone with?"
I would love some hot chocolate.
Easily done, yes. She starts making that, and whatever else people want, she'll
Way to be
accommodate
like your
for
phone.
breakfast as well. You guys eventually will be reconvened with as Varnex and Kenji make their way back into the room, into the inn.
All right. We can't leave right away. I got a project going on that well, I mean, I know I stabbed a sword through him, but we don't really want him to get all cut up and killed. So I'm having some armor made for him and having a shield modified so he can be attached to my shield.
That sounds good. You think it is a good idea that we go in prepared? We know that we have faced quicklings before, and we have faced these dark, shadowy creature things. If they are darklings, that does not know. But we know in our encounters with the quicklings, they move too fast for us to really get good hits in on them.
I'm just gonna sit down and pull out my coffee. No one's asked me about my coffee.
Your coffee?
Coffee. Yep. Why I drink coffee?
And
all the
like
time.
some morning brew. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the morning time. This isn't actually out of the normal. What, like, do you just drink coffee all the time? Is it out of a thing where we can see that it's coffee? Like,
Yeah, it's a never-ending flask of coffee.
He basically has just a thermos that never runs out. Always warm, always.
are you? Jesus Christ.
If only that was
I
real.
wish.
Are
So
you-
crazy.
Right?
God.
Are you-
He's so expensive though.
What are you
Coffee
drinking in
should Go
there?
out of business
Or it'd be
immediately.
really bad
Uh,
quality.
It's coffee. I'm fueling it with caffeine and hate.
That's a cup.
Are you?
Is it for coffee?
No,
Yeah.
it's caffeine and hate.
Do you suffer from narcolepsy?
No.
Oh.
So you
What
said-
about insomnia? You carry a lot of caffeine inside your system.
And hate. Yeah.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I can sleep like a rock.
A rock, you say?
I'll be looking at his eyes the entire time, and I'll be judging the dilation of his eyes, of his pupils. Just kind of like, just paying attention, little details of his face.
So, were you wanting to wait for those modifications to be done before we try to do anything today?
How long
Would
did
you
they
want
say?
to? It's gonna be 3 hours. Would you want to go into battle without armor?
We did go in early. Like, what time do we wake up?
Given the distance, you're now looking at like 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's like a 20-minute walk to go get to the place, but you also have you have to walk past there to get to the Darren's Brigade. So it's going to be another 30 minutes there. Then you're going to have to get the thing to work out, and then you're going to walk back. So over time, it's not going to be a big issue because you've got other stuff that you can and probably should be doing this morning anyway. So
No, that's fine. I just wanted to double check. I figured we'd probably stop by the brigade and have Tyrion start working on this.
Yes, that is a good idea.
I thought we were gonna have Yotev do it and not let Darrington fuck it up.
Yotev would rather have some assistance on it. Trying to recreate this item in particular is going to be complicated, and getting some extra hands would make this job much easier. Because otherwise, Yotev could send us who knows where.
All right.
Yotev, while the rest of the group takes the bead to Darrington, want to come have another powwow?
Hmm.
That might be a good idea. And Yotev really quick is gonna like go get seconds for breakfast. It's another serving of eggs and breakfast sausage, hash brown. Really nice hearty meal. And he's also gonna go to the and say, this is going to sound like peculiar request, but I would like to see if I can get some extra just off to the side, off in a bag for later. Bit of what is it? Yotev had it written down a second ago. A bit of pork rind, and maybe and
Is that
anything
bacon you're
that's
ordering?
about to spoil.
What the fuck?
sure.
for spell components.
Oh,
Uh,
the fuck!
she sort of looks around and like, sure. is there a price component to those? To the spells?
So it's a bit of rotten food and
Jesus.
then there's a bit of pork rind or butter.
But none of them have a price associated with them.
I don't think so.
Okay.
So
If it says in the spell you need 10 gold worth of something, that's what
Okay.
I'm asking about. If it just
Oh,
says
okay.
an item, then no. Because if
I'm
that's
still
the
gonna
case,
ask for them anyway for funsies.
If
to
you,
get them.
if you start asking
if
for
it's-
rotten food and paying for it, I think that's a problem.
if it's just on there without a price, then it's assumed that you have this anyway. But yes, you
Gotcha.
can collect that and easily
And
get it.
a small silver mirror is something I probably already own.
Yeah, as long as there's not a price associated with that mirror, like it has to be a mirror worth 10 gold, then
Like
yes.
the
you can.
reason-
All silver mirrors actually do have a price associated with them, though, don't they?
What spell is it?
A sanctuary.
Well, I mean, I know that the spell doesn't specify it, but there's also spells that say, like, you need holy water, which has a cost of 25 gold, even if it doesn't specify.
Hey, Yoteb, please don't cast that line around.
So, I don't know
Sanctuary?
that was
Yeah.
ever explained to Ryan,
Bruh.
like rules wise,
Bruh.
of like, it's just assumed that we have the components.
Yeah.
Unless it's special.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know that
Because I don't know
that's
what does and
like
doesn't
that.
have like a real price value. Because we had like for the
So
we had to get
it'll
a pearl for
Yeah,
that one,
identify.
the pearl
worth
of
at least 100 if you look at
Okay.
Identify.
yeah. So it'll specify it typically in the spell, and then if not, you can always clarify via DM with Kayla of like,
Gotcha.
do I have to get this before I have it? But for the most part, you don't need to, because
Cool.
as a spellcaster, you either have a component pouch that would do that, or you replace it with being able to do it just by your innate magic.
I got it. Got it.
So, doing it for flavor is fine, but it's not something that you're required to do.
My man's going all out. He's like, how you're getting your feats and shit? My motherfucker.
Trying. It's called role playing.
Wild.
But it's just
I've
like a
invested my time in
it's not
other
like-
things role playing. Fucking Yotev. I'm about to spice this shit all the way up.
But you're able to get those materials pretty easily.
Yeah.
From there, what is the plan?
Can I stop at like a weaponsmith and purchase some javelins?
Sure. The Squeal of Steel is on your way.
Cool. Price?
For just regular javelins,
Unless they have cooler looking javelins.
each one is 5 silver. And he's got a rack of 10.
Oh, also, before everybody like starts parting ways to go do their things, Yotev is going to ask the party, does anyone by chance have a hard time seeing in the dark? Does everybody have
Yes.
dark vision?
I
can see fine
everywhere.
I cannot see in the dark.
I don't know.
I don't know if Varnex has dark vision.
No, if I'd
It
say-
depends on the type of Dragonborn he picked.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say I see fine, but I can still see.
Because if we're facing darklings and things get a little hazy, we need to make sure that we can see.
Yeah, I
Especially if
can't
we're
see
also
that.
facing quicklings.
I
I'm gonna pick up 6 javelin.
I don't believe he does.
I would have
Um,
gone with Killian because
I mean, I have dancing lights as a cantrip, so like, I'm not too worried about it. But we have an artificer friend now, like that sells shit. So like, we could possibly see if we can get any goodies.
I cannot see in the dark.
you can cast it.
I do have the light spell. So
Is that a concentration spell, or is that just like a?
it's an hour.
You can put it on an object
dope.
An object, and it's like kind of like a torch.
Okay, before I do this reading, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. And so, if you want to do Darrington Brigade things, you can. Back.
I would have tagged along with Killian, and
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just like on the way to the brigade.
Mhm.
But when they were talking about studded leather, I would have looked to see if he had any that wouldn't take as long to resize.
The reason why Kenji's takes a minute to resize is because Kenji is significantly smaller. He's gonna have stuff in your size.
Yeah, so I would like to grab some and
It's 45.
potentially trade my leather back in as part of the.
Alright,
It's a little worn, but
I'd be willing to knock off 5 gold off of it. 40 gold and your leather for this set of studded.
this here leather comes all the way from Asilra.
Mm.
4
Well.
gold.
Is Silran leather known for anything? Or is it just the same cow?
It's the silver cow.
In my homeland, many things are affected by the elemental plane of fire. I don't know that this leather is, but
And he looks it over and says that this sort of just looks like regular. 5 is what I normally run for it. If you think that's unfair, you know, we can talk about it.
yeah, I guess I don't really know much about prices. 5 is good.
So you can upgrade to studded leather, remove the regular leather, and 40 gold. He does sort of gesture to the stuff around the shop as well. It's like, if anything catches your eye, feel free to ask as well.
Is there anything else interesting here?
Well, isn't it wonderful that you ask? He does have a couple of things that look to be unique to his shop. There is a where is it? There is what appears to be a mace that is almost looks like a fire poker, but has the sort of pronged pokers on the end of it are mirrored all the way around, giving it more of a mace-like feel to it. He has what looks to be a giant axe. It's a great axe that has almost like rings on it, kind of like a tree does. And then he has a war pick as well that looks to be specialized in some way.
What's the classification of a war pick?
A war pick is a martial one-handed weapon.
Think of a climbing axe. A climbing pick.
The mace, is it one-handed or two-handed?
One-handed.
Okay.
The axe is the only two-handed thing that looks special in any way.
What's he got for armor?
He's got regular armors of almost any kind, so plate, splint, stuff like that. He also has +1 variants, but nothing that gives extra other stuff to it.
Is there anything special about the great axe?
There is. He sort of takes it down and holds it. He's a short person, but he's got it looks like he's well used to this weapon. Sort of holds it out and says, "This has been used to chop down trees for generations. As a result, it's sort of taken on a ring-like pattern to its blade. But It comes with the ability to basically once a day you can it's sort of like this is going to be weird to explain in a way that's going to make me not seem crazy, but he kind of cuts an eye over towards the others in the room and says, "That's not the craziest thing I've seen today." So once a day you can sort of act like you're chopping down a tree, and a spectral version of a tree will fall on people in an area.
That sounds fun.
Become the villager from
That sounds
Smash.
fucking
Right,
fun.
Yeah, yeah. Jesus Christ.
This is Smash Villager.
Yo, in
Let's
the next
go.
town, can we find a mine
As-
cart where we can just hop in and throw it at people, or?
Oh, that's here. You just gotta find it.
Oh, okay, cool, excellent.
Each creature so as an action, you can speak the axe's command word and swing it to cause a large spectral tree to fall down in a line 50 feet long, 5 feet wide. Each creature in the area must make a DC 13 Dex saving throw. On a failure, they take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone. On a success, they take half as much damage and are not knocked prone. The spectral tree vanishes immediately after the effect, and this property cannot be used again until the next dawn. In addition, you have advantage on any ability check made to cut down a tree when you're using the chop deck to do it.
What about this mace? Can you tell me about the mace?
Yeah, that's he takes it, sort of puts the axe back on the wall, takes down the mace, and says, this is something where you can basically start fires with it. As an action, you touch a pile of dry wood or other flammable object that isn't being worn or carried, and speak the command word, and when you do, the object catches fire and slowly begins to burn.
Any arsonists in chat? Yeah, fucking Yotep for real.
It's basically a mace that can double as a fire starter.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
fucking Yotep's like, the voices in my head
becomes
tell me to burn
Fuecoco?
things. Yeah, big yeah,
Did you just say Foy Coco?
yeah,
Oh, yeah, I see
That's
that.
what-
It turns into a fire starter.
yeah.
Ew.
Fire starter.
He just names his mace Fuecoco.
Is there anything fancy with the war pick?
He looks over at the war pick and says, that's, in all honesty, that's the expensive one. So it's a +1 war pick. If it hits an object that is made, or a creature made out of stone, it is an automatic crit. In addition, you can use an action to slam the axe into the earth, causing the ground around you to shake violently, casting the Earth Tremor spell at 2nd level with a spell save DC of 13. Once you use this ability, you cannot do it again, and for a long rest. So it is basically if it's made of stone, it's fucked up, but also it is a proficiency. If you use this, you can slam the ground, and everything around you has to make a dex save or take damage and fall prone. But it's everything in your immediate vicinity, not like the tree where it was a line.
As I'm like starting to pay for my armor, I'll kind of glance over at the +1 studded leather and be like, how much would that one run?
+1 armor is an upcharge of 500 gold.
Wait, you're telling me
Maybe another day.
Mm-hmm.
that you had +1
Yeah,
studded leather?
yeah.
Well, fuck, retcon that and then just take my money.
Retcon? What is a retcon?
Oh my god.
You made this choice, live with it. You didn't ask.
Damn.
Sorry, he didn't have
Are we
any
back in there now?
This is Killian and
Aiden.
Aiden.
And we already paid for it.
Money's not really an object. That's kind of like the whole benefit that Precise had that I now have. Fuck.
I'm gonna stick with my 6 javelins.
Alright. 3 gold, I think, for all of that. So he sort of takes those down, provides a sort of wrap or sheath to hold those in that can hang at your side so that you can quickly pull out and throw.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna go turret mode.
Yeah.
Attack.
Holy crap.
Alright, and with that, he pays for your, or he trades in your old armor for the studded leather, gets you those, and takes your gold for both of those, puts them away. If you have any other things that you find and you might want to sell off, or if you found any of this interesting and want to come back for it, just let me know. I don't think I caught either of your names, though. Aiden.
I am Killian.
Gillian, Aiden, good to meet both of you. Name is Thorman Stonegrinder.
Thorman Stone Grinder.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to steal this fucking armor now. Damn it.
I mean, you could just buy it later.
It is.
Oh, I'm good at the shop. I'll leave.
Easily done.
What'd you say his name was?
His name is Thorman, Thormin, Stonegrinder.
And then, I think the only other place we had heard about for shopping was the Bursar Plaza. Is that around here, or is that out of our way?
That would be in the exact opposite direction.
Okay.
So you guys are here, and that is over here. This plaza here.
Okay. I'm not too worried about it. That was just general guess. I don't have anything specific.
Thorman Stormgrinder, the proprietor of Ding and Tang. No,
Yep.
Ding and Tang. I'm renaming it to Ding and Tang. Steel of squeal, you know, it's the same. Squeal of steel, same thing. Ding and Tang.
Isn't squealing when you like what do they call it when you
Welch.
Quelch, that's the word, yeah.
Yeah.
Quench.
So I definitely just pictured like a.
I pictured a pig.
It's a pig wearing armor. Just
It's a hoglin in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Roadhog.
Now it's now a metal boar that exists.
That's a
as
great
monster.
crest, by the way.
A metal boar, yeah.
Yeah.
Ding and Ting is cool, but Squeal of Steel is kind of badass.
It is.
Um,
it is. But
With that, did Lady B and Ryan have something?
Yeah.
Tarot reading.
All right. You pull the cord. The tent pops itself up. You're able to sort of watch as that happens. Cassandra walks inside, and you sort of take a minute before going in and following.
We'll figure out how this all works.
Great.
As you sit down, you begin your reading. What is it that you're wanting to learn?
Yeah, what is the question that you are posing?
Yotev would like to know his fate tied to Kenji.
Hey, Caleb.
What is my fate tied to Kenji?
I guess like what if I have to
want
give a
you-
better question.
Think of this. Here's how I'm going to pose this question to you. Think of this like it's the wish spell, and you have to word things very carefully. Because how you ask the question is how the more literal way of understanding the question is how it's going to be answered.
I hate you.
Yotev wishes to know if he builds Kenji walking legs, will it create impending doom for us and the known world?
Universe.
Universe. Cosmos?
You're asking if your construction of robotic legs is going to bring about the demise of the universe.
Yes.
Kenji's really struggling right now.
Look, it's like the stepping stone, right? If Kenji can walk,
It's a ripple, and it makes
It-
a
yeah.
tsunami.
exactly. If Kenji can learn to walk, does that then mean the whole universe gets engulfed in danger because he's able to be more mobile on his own?
So you draw a card and you put it down. And
Wait,
as a
wait. I can do this for real. I should have
I'm not tying whatever you draw into my answer. That's too hard. I don't know how the fuck to I can't magically make this make sense.
Fine.
Um,
Go for it. Continue.
as you draw the first card, you begin to get a vision of these sort of odd robotic exoskeleton-esque guides for it. And they're very similar to the ones that you have built into your armor.
Right.
That sort of help to augment carrying some of this stuff so that the weight isn't solely on you. It's helping to carry this and stuff like that. And as you, Cassandra, as you see this, you see that it is an object that exists in your mind's eye as you sort of showing its creation and predicting what this thing would look like if created. You pull the next card, you lay it out, and you see that it is a card that has to do with the passage of time. And you watch as this object gets older and older and older, and the straps become loose, and it goes out of use almost. It rusts. And then with the last card, you pull it, and it is a card that is indicative of when someone feels useless, like they've gone to the end of the road, and there's not another answer. That's typically what this card has meant for you in the past. You get the sense that the construction of these legs would likely be, for lack of a better way to put it, kind of a waste of time. Like, they're not gonna be needed. Or like, they would grow old being relatively unused. Is sort of the vibe that you get from them.
Wait, back up. So I want to make sure I heard right. If he builds the legs,
It doesn't make a difference.
if he builds the legs, they wouldn't get used for very long.
If at all.
If at all.
Right.
Because it seems like it, and I'm reading into this and I'm not even a part of it. But yeah. I understand where it's going.
It's not impactful. Is the TLDR. Is my understanding.
Yotev should not waste his time because Kenji will walk inevitably.
Right, so it doesn't matter if you do it or not. So you can do it, but it's
That takes a lot of guilt off of Yotev's conscience.
I mean, but you did say that you would do it. So,
Plans can change.
but do you want to be somebody who follows through on the things that they say with the actions that those words mean? Or not because you want your fear to get in the way of it?
You don't need to concern yourself with what Yotev does.
You're the one asking me to tell you your fate, sir! You've literally
Fine,
made me be concerned.
Yotev
with
is not
what you
looking
do.
for advice on whether or not he is a good person. Yotev has made mistakes in his life, yes, that is true.
Yotev,
As
I
he
don't
gets
think you
older,
understand how
Yotev does not know how much
terrorism
more time he has, and would rather not contribute to the end of all society and life in the world and universe as we know it.
I don't think you understand how this works. You have an opinion on this. That's how this works.
Ah, Yotev's gonna walk out.
Doesn't change the fact that you've invited it. So
Let's go.
what's really fun is that the 3 cards I pulled, one of them is embellished with power and authority and is an omen that the resourceful potential of the individual will be recognized. Which is on par. The second one is sliver of punishment for stealing the fires of heaven and disseminating them to mankind. Therefore, the arrow symbolizes the philanthropic spirit being free to systematically direct its intuitive ideals. And then the third one was having an impatience and going on adventures. So they were all pretty close.
That actually just played out in front of us.
I know. So I was like, well, this is interesting. As Caleb's just
We really did.
describing them, I'm like, all right, that's what that card means. Pull the next one. Yep, that's what that card means. Oh, yeah, that's what that one means, which is very funny because you said the cards wouldn't matter.
I'm not going to be able to every time
No. Caleb,
make
I
the
will-
cards match.
But I need you to know that it's hilarious that they did.
But I need you to know that it's not going to be a guarantee. Therefore, I
Cool,
cannot pretend to make the cards work.
but it's cool that they did.
All right, Caleb, let's rock and roll.
With that, we have the last thing, which is everyone eventually making their way to the Darrington Brigade. Well, at the very least, you, Yotev, because you've got some work to do.
Yes.
What would, let's see, got it. Okay. So eventually you find Tyrion as he is currently in the process of filling out some paperwork that has been put in front of him. You see that actually, as far as everything goes, Lawrence is sort of looming over him and giving him instructions on like what he needs to fill out, why he needs to fill it out, and no, you cannot have a break. You have to, like, this needs to get done. And so it's sort of a parenting thing at this point, but he's going through with it and he's doing it. And you walk in and he sort of perks up at the welcomed distraction and sort of welcomes you in and says, what can I do for you, please?
Darrington, we have work to do.
Fantastic. Yes. I'm so sorry, Lawrence. This is very important. And he sort of stands and sort of gets up next to you. He's like, "All right, what are we working on?"
gonna take out the glass marble. So this,
yeah. Of course.
what we discussed yesterday, we have to
Mhm.
get everybody at least to wherever this would take you. Take an individual.
Okay. That's the idea for this. Is everyone's going?
Yes, it seems to be that way. It would
Fantastic.
be Yotev, it would be Cassandra, Aiden, it would be
Sure.
Gillian, Varnex, and then Kenji.
Interesting. I was just going to make it to where everyone within 10 feet went with you.
That
Any-
sounds perfect.
Yes. All right. Perfect. Sort of holds out his hand for the glass marble.
Oh yes, and Yotev will hand it over. Be like, Yotev can help in any way that he can.
Perfect. So he goes over and he puts it down on this little pedestal and begins to work.
Cut to working montage of two artificers.
Yes.
Like-
Cue Snooky over embellishing Tyrion Darrington's abilities to make him seem like he's actually competent.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So at this point, what's going to end up happening is since you're giving the help action, he's going to roll with advantage.
Yep.
He's rolling an Arcana check in order to see if he can figure out how to reverse the magic of this.
Jesus. He's
I'm
intelligent,
just gonna
right?
roll the. I'm just gonna roll the dice.
This is gonna be bad.
Yeah,
It's
it's
gonna
gonna
be
be
so bad.
indicative if he rolled it. Okay.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not bad.
let's go.
So kept the highest. You got a 17. Tyrion Darrington's Arcana is a +9,
Holy,
so that is a
Damn.
26.
holy shit.
Puzzle.
My
So
man
he's
is smart.
he's in the process of working on it, and there's a couple of times where you can tell he's getting sort of stumped, and you're able to come in and assist. If you didn't have advantage, you would have rolled a 6, which is still a 15. But you were able to help a lot in making sure that he doesn't skip over things. He takes his time. You basically slowed him way down to make sure that he's taking the proper care on this. This is something where he sort of assumed that he'd be able to do it really easily, and so was going to just sort of rush through. At least that's how I'm interpreting the dice. And
Yeah.
you slowed him down. You made sure that he's dotting his I's, crossing his T's, and at the end of it, he hands you the pearl, or the glass bead, and you can tell that the coloration on it has shifted a little bit, a few hues. It still looks almost exactly the same, but it definitely has different aspects to it. And he hands it over to you and says, "That should be a completed project. Not 35 minutes later. A little bit less time than I thought it would. But all wrapped up.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Of course. Do tell me how it goes, and also good luck. I know that it's going to be a difficult thing, I think, I assume. So, wish you the best of luck. I have no idea.
Oh, he's
That's
not
my
reading
song.
the song.
Oh.
Like showing, we're having a side conversation. in
Does
chat.
that have a whorehouse song?
Ah.
Yeah.
I'm not repeating that question.
Yotev will thank.
Yo, I like Tator Tot.
Ah!
Get out! Don't go in there! Don't go in there, dude! Don't look.
No, it's
He's
bad.
gonna look.
No.
How did you tell him to do it?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
Look how
Step,
good
you've
your
you've ruined us all, man.
I didn't say shit.
I know, I wasn't
No,
Caleb
Steph's
has
chappy
so
wild.
many regrets with our group sometimes.
broken.
Yeah, sometimes. Yep.
So, 35 minutes,
only
not
the
an hour.
sometimes. Anyway,
Yotev being impressed with the work that Tyrion was able to actually really like show during this will say to him, when we return, Yotev might need to talk with you about some schematics and potentially power supplies for
oh sure, yes,
Things.
of course. That should be And with that, you can see that Lawrence has been standing in the doorway for the last 10 minutes and has been waiting. It's like, I think I need to go before I get in a lot of trouble. But
no
do
fight.
tell me how that goes. I wish you all the best of luck. And stay safe. Yes?
Absolutely. Don't worry, Lawrence. We won't murder anyone who isn't necessary. And I'll walk out.
Both of them get concerned looks on their face at that. Of like, oh, cool. Right. Back to whatever we were doing before, and just fully just let that slide. But you now have a modified magic up.
Pocketed.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you guys have your stuff made already? Like you got it received?
Get it on the way.
After all of this time, yes, it will be completed, and Kenji and Varnax will be able to pick that up.
Now we just need a dark room. Getting close proximity of each other.
I am ready.
Well,
So I'll
I guess we can just get in some shadows.
I'll take the armor, or well, if Varnax puts the armor on me to make sure it fits, immediately you'll start seeing steam kind of coming from it, and then as it goes on like longer, you'll start seeing it start to bubble. Until the point that it is integrated into my body, and then all you will see is studs on the wood frame, and then it won't exist anymore, other than the hook at the back will be there still. But the leather armor that he resized just will be integrated in my body.
Just is your body now. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Like simulation.
yep. It has to be assimilated into my body if I wear armor.
That's not creepy at all.
Of course not. Why would it be?
Yeah. This is Kenji we're talking about. I know what I'm being for Halloween.
Kenji? That'd be great.
I would love
I'm
to
looking
cosplay
forward to that.
Zotep for
This
Halloween. That'd
porcelain-
be great.
Okay,
Wooden
honestly,
doll with tentacles.
I didn't see him as porcelain and wood and all that stuff. I just saw him as like Mimic. That's what he looks like, without the pointy ears.
Mimic? Is that a
Yeah.
I
character?
originally saw him as like a stuffed animal, and now
Yeah.
that image is far gone.
Exceeding expectations. You're all welcome.
Yeah,
All right.
Now he's fucking Chucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I'm gonna be
Tentacles.
better than Chucky. Don't worry.
Except bigger.
Yeah. But with that, you guys have picked up your stuff. You've got the new item. Or the altered item. You've got all this stuff ready. So
Go back.
All right, before we go, anyone have any last minute things I have to do? Any trips to the bathroom? Who knows when we're gonna have to do that again? So on and so forth. We need
What's
to eat.
what's a bathroom?
You learn. It'll be alright.
I don't
Don't
think
know
I
if it
need
applies to you. By the way,
All right.
Cassandra, Kenji is talking again.
Point of order. Are we stopping early tonight?
that. Like,
we have a hard cutoff.
yeah,
Right.
Hard
I
at
thought.
10.
yeah,
Oh, at 10?
yeah.
I thought we started early to go till 9:30. Got it.
So no, so if we're gonna do something that's like, if we're gonna take like a long sequence and we have to end like 5 minutes early or whatever, just that'd be cool. But like we can't go over
Yeah.
10.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the.
No, you're
Because I
good.
didn't know
That was a good
when
question.
it was starting at 5:30 if we were stopping at 9:30.
No, that makes sense.
I want to get all the things
Like
in.
A little bit more.
Oh,
hmm
And we were all available, so why not?
that's
Yeah.
fine. I just
With that, you have your items collected. Where exactly are you going to perform this smashing of the glass?
I I suggest we go back to Cinder's office because, okay, so that would be the starting point where he started. Let's just make it as similar as possible.
We at least know it has the right specifications of light that we need in order to make it work.
Well, the room was filled with smoke, but I think we can make sure there's not enough light.
Well, you could just fill the room with smoke again.
If you really wanted to, yeah, that is possible.
I mean, you could just do that.
Maybe Killian could fart because I bet he farts dust.
We could set the place on fire, set it ablaze, and we have lots of smoke all around. You know, don't really show them what's what, right? By burning down the lumber. Is what? No one with Yotev on this? No?
Fucking social
No,
activist
I don't
Yotev.
breathe fire. I do acid. So
Your silence
I
speaks
do
volumes.
acid. I remember Woodstock.
Dude, I just took a drink. Don't think I almost spit all over my monitors. We've had 2 face palms tonight. That's awesome.
All right, man.
Anyway,
Snooky, lead
let's
us. Lead us.
I'm asking y'all what the
lumberyard.
fuck
To the
you're
lumberyard.
doing.
We're going to the room.
Lumberyard.
Yeah,
To the lumberyard.
embers and busting
That
this
was not firmly established. So
Oh.
you
It
guys
is
go to the
now.
fucking lumberyard.
Nope.
You
We're
make
going
your
to the lumberyard,
Lumber
breaking
lord.
into the
We're
office.
gonna go get us some
Yep.
wood.
Oh, you guys are hassling me for hassling Snooky, and meanwhile you're criticizing the way he speaks, and then they're like, "Please don't kill me." He's gonna mess you guys
get us
up.
some wood.
Yeah, time
going
to
to
get.
the lumberyard.
This is the TPK coming 100%.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm really tempted to change what this fucking is about to happen.
You guys
So you
dropped
guys,
a mile.
yeah, You're teleported 3 miles directly upwards
Into lava.
Good luck. So you
Yeah, of
make
course
your
I
way
didn't
into his
prepare for
office. It is almost exactly how you guys left it, save the there's no longer the sort of errant bit of smoke from the bottle that was there before. As you sort of file your way into the room. Who's doing what?
I'll go
Yotev
ahead.
real quick is just gonna see if Heath Ledger is still like where we last left him.
Heath is still
God.
there.
Oh my god, I forgot about Heath Ledger. Is he still a thing, or is that like done?
No, he's not
done.
alive anymore.
Okay.
Can
I'll go ahead.
Can I consume that ledger and know anything suspicious about it?
You could.
Do we
That
still want
is-
to find?
The item that you have, yeah.
Can you put that book in my hat?
Yeah, I got it. I'll take the book. And... So I got to take your hat off? Or
No, as soon as you
The-
put the paper close to it, the mouth will shoot open, and just wait.
Yeah, keep my fingers away from that.
You watch as
If you
Heath
throw
Ledger,
up on me, I'm gonna fucking stomp you.
You watch as Heath Ledger gets fed to a hat, and there's
Let's lose another one.
loud chewing
God.
and crunching
Oh my
noises.
god.
As it digests Heath, in your mind, you get images and figures and all the information that was in that ledger is now filed away into your brain.
I can do accounting now if we need it.
You find a couple of things that are weird. Firstly, the mill has been making steadily more and more money over the last couple of months, which is odd because they're basically just like producing a bunch of you're basically producing a bunch of wood to travel off, but for whatever reason, it is collecting a bunch of extra money from somewhere that it doesn't seem to have a distinct origin, because the output is the same, but the input is different. And there's nothing about a markup of pricing. There's nothing about a markup of like the amount that's been shipped out. It's just weird that it's gone up for the last couple of months. Additionally, there is even with that increase going up, the only person that's been gifted extra coin has been Emberhand. Everyone else got their pays stayed the same.
Okay.
Because
I will relay that to the group mentally. Cassandra being the only one who does not hear it. As the scratching continues.
After having done the reading this morning about knowing that it doesn't matter the outcome, I would probably open my mind at some point today to Kenji. Very cautious.
Instantaneous detect dots, delve deeper. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Now who's?
I've been waiting for this moment. It's climax to this.
So,
no, I'm just
as we're
kidding.
getting ready for battle, Varnix is going ahead and pull his katana. Or Varnix is going to pull his shield off. Okay. Go ahead and strap it on. Grab Kenji, hook him to the shield with his new armor fangled thing stuff.
Slowly turns around.
I'm going to shake it. And is he okay?
You see his limbs sort of shake back and forth a bit from the jostling, but other than that, he's pretty tight on there.
Kenji, that good? You good?
I'm ready
It
for an
could get
adventure.
rough. All right, just making sure you're good.
And then I'll draw my katana and get ready and go.
All right, Yotev, smash that bitch.
Yotev has been waiting for this for a long time.
I'm gonna manifest my echo to see if that'll come with us.
You manifest your echo.
Ah!
Alright, so everyone gathers in close. You watch as Yotev takes up this little glass bead and smashes it on the ground. And as it does, the entire room fills with a inky black smoke that wraps around in this sort of 10-foot diameter dome and seals off the rest of basically the rest of the room. You cannot see below your knees, as everything below that has become just a thick fog. For Yotev, it's more like you can't see below your sternum.
Can we see Cassandra at all?
Assuming Cassandra is either full size or someone's shoulder, then yes. If she's small and on the ground, then absolutely not. But with that, that sort of darkness that is there, it slowly seems to almost drip from the ceiling as it engulfs this entire place, to the point where you are completely blinded. You can see nothing. But you can feel just a sudden burst of wind, and it gets freezing cold as you are all of a sudden going from the interior of a building to exterior of a sort of snowy winter area. As that happens, the darkness fades around you. Give me a second.
In scene. Cut.
So I
Freak.
All devoured by a dragon.
Yeah.
You're inside of a dragon's stomach.
Yeah, surely you're level 4. You can face this.
All right.
We will cut our way out.
You wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, right?
We wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, not Dungeons in Dragons. No.
Specific distinction.
Odd. For some reason, when I pull your marker on, I'm still getting your owl in.
Weird.
I mean, technically, he's still there, right?
I mean,
I'm gonna try to re-import you, see if it works.
okay. Oh, that's Jotev. Oh yeah, that's my picture. Okay. Oh, you can just keep the name as the like brackets if you want, for just brevity's sake.
Yeah, I'm still getting per size token for some reason.
Do I need to do anything?
Prototype token, image.
We're going on a trip on our favorite rocket ship, zooming through the sky.
There we go.
Little Einstein.
Hey,
Sorry about that. And Killian.
Yeah, it's Genasi. Spelled it right. I mean, pull up the
Okay.
sheet and everything.
Oh lord.
I knew you'd
as
do the
you-
work, so I.
As you
Let it
all
go.
appear
Hang on,
Uh,
I see myself, but
in the
I
middle.
don't see anything.
People didn't
What,
take
you
a
are
short
the
rest.
far top of the map. If you can't see anything but your token, sorry, but you have no vision effectively. This is
Yotev asked if anyone can see in dark.
I thought I had night vision as a dragonborn.
No, you don't.
some Dragonborn do, others do not.
I mean, the only thing that you can be on is acid, apparently. So,
Yeah. I'm
See all
fucking
sorts of shit.
tripping.
yeah, just
Um,
tripping, seeing nothing.
I'm not wrong. I asked if it was one or the other.
My tokens updated.
Okay.
Is Killian's echo here too, or no?
Killian's Echo would not have come through as it is not designated as a creature,
Mm.
but you can easily resummon it here.
I would, if I could tell that it's not here, then I would resummon it.
You'd be able to tell that it is not here.
Yeah, so
Um,
it would be right next to me then, if there's space or however close I can have it.
Yotev is going to cast the dancing lights,
Hell yeah.
and those firefly-esque little droney things are gonna help everybody be able to see.
Yeah, the Dragonborn from Fizbins do not have dark vision.
Sag.
So you do what now?
Dancing lights.
Okay.
The little fireflies come out, and they're gonna attach themselves basically to anyone who needs to be able to see.
Me.
I do.
Oh god.
So Killian,
Hatch themselves. Okay, so hold on.
Killian, Varnax, Cassandra and Aiden. Yeah, that's the 4 that I would need. And if Kenji's is riding Varnax, then he should be able to get the same amount of light.
What's the radius?
Light up to 60 feet to a new spot within range.
They can move.
Yeah, and they can move. Whichever
I have
form. Oh, each light sheds dim
10-foot
light
radius.
in a 10-foot radius. Yes. It's not amazing, but
Two
the closer we all
things.
get.
I have 120 feet of night vision, or dark vision.
Hot.
But if you want to, you can put one of them in my eye socket, and it would be a more concentrated beam for potentially further.
Sure, one of them can go in there.
Okay, so that is
Oh my
Killian.
god, that icon. That is.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Love it, right?
I like
Right.
the ones I posted in HC
What-
chat better.
What the fuck?
What are you?
What icon?
Can I?
That is a messed up fucking Chucky.
Dude, it's...
Can I
and
cast
it's...
light on something that I'm wearing? Like, is that a thing?
So he's already casting dancing lights, which goes towards the 3 of you that have them. that need it. Let me finish this off. There's one more. Where do you want the last one to go to?
Only 3 people needed it.
Yeah.
I thought it was everybody needed it except for Kenji.
No, Kenji and Aiden both have dark vision.
I
And so
guess
do
the
you.
other one will float like a good couple feet out just to see. I don't know if you need me to put it like pick a spot specifically, but essentially maybe keep it like if Yotev is leading as the tank that can see.
So you can't see it, but it is there.
Okay, cool.
Killian and Cassandra and Varnick should be able to see it. It's just right over here.
May I have my echo, please?
You may.
I put your there it is.
Light doesn't take concentration.
It does not.
Okay, can I put it on something I'm wearing?
You could. Hold on. Let me double check something. I think there's a way. You can. Oh, I did this wrong.
What?
Update token. Because you guys should be able to see each other's lights, so I'm gonna update each token again.
Yeah.
10-foot radius.
I'm gonna also cast Produce Flame, so I'll be giving off 10 feet of bright and 10
There's a lot of light going on.
Yeah, holy
hold
fuck.
on.
I'm gonna start a forest fire.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your radius on yours, Cassandra?
It's 20 of bright and 20 of dim. Like 20 and then 20.
Interesting.
And I would like it to just be on like
you.
me. Yeah. Like on my wings or something.
Yep.
So
And
it's-
then Aiden, what's your thing?
10 and 10.
10 and 10. 10 and 10. Update. Alright, so you guys now have a pretty good pocket of light.
I have a question for you.
Where'd you go?
Since my echo's more considered an object than a character, could the light spell be cast on the echo?
Interesting.
Ooh, I like that.
I just wanted to.
Light spell. Touch one object that is no longer than 10 feet in any dimension. It's not larger than 10 feet. Until the spell ends, it sheds. Yeah, I'd say so.
Interesting.
Why won't you go
He's a
back?
human torch.
That's for like
Or orc
in.
torch.
That's gonna be necessary in like three months from now when you gotta convince someone that there's like a ghost around and you cast light on the echo. But you are teleported into a dark section of the forest. Braga, don't make me pause this goddamn screen.
Sorry.
Creepy face running around.
The ADHD kind of kicked in. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Go. You're good.
I
You're
want to
good.
use my Orb of Direction to figure out which way is north.
North would be from your position, the top half of the screen. North is up.
Okay.
Hold on. I had to relaunch. Because it's running really slow.
I was getting lag earlier, and then my computer locked up. So I don't know if it's not doing it so bad now. I don't think. Yeah, I'm
Those of
getting
you
no
that
lag
are
boundary.
blind, it's a little unfortunate, but those of you who can see, there's some good shading here.
There's some really good lighting stuff here.
Mhm.
And I think that's also partially due to like what's gonna cause some of the lag.
Yeah.
Doing the dynamic lighting read. Great job.
Maybe.
This looks great.
No, it looks really pretty. I just.
I didn't do anything.
Trying
I didn't do any of this work.
to book my token.
No, you
and,
did.
like- Oh, that is worse.
I downloaded a JSON file. That was it.
You're really great
Nice.
at that. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I clicked that download button really well. Very proud of it.
Like, it's so hard.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hate it.
And here we were worried about sexual tension in the chat.
So it's gonna
Daddy,
happen.
Daddy.
He just doesn't know it yet. All right, what's happening here? We should explore.
I'm gonna start slowly moving forward.
All right.
Yeah, I'll,
Yeah, Yotev is
I'll
gonna-
advance with. I'll go over here.
What is this?
What is what?
Can we go through these trees?
That is a mushroom. A
I'm
big
going to
ass
avoid
mushroom.
touching it.
Wait a minute. A big ass mushroom.
Uh-huh.
Mother effer.
Wait, are we going this way now?
What's wrong?
Are we shrunk again?
I don't know. Are you?
Oh god.
Well, I'm
dude.
looking. How big is this tree right here?
Pretty big.
Am I smaller than my normal size?
I don't know. Are you?
Oh god.
How big are the snowflakes?
Cassandra, try sinking again.
You are all your normal size. Still, it's just a big mushroom.
Okay, but
Is Killian running into it?
Hang
Kenji.
on. Sorry,
Yep.
Kenji.
Nope. You
Oh.
go back to where you were. Oh yeah.
Oh.
You can pause there too.
I said I was slowly moving forward.
Yep. And then they darted ahead, and so I need both of you to go back. No, go further south.
Oh,
Now, where do you
like
want
back to where do you want it? Like back
Yeah.
right here?
Yeah, to where you darted into
Okay.
line of sight. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh huh.
He
I didn't
darted
see
in with
line
me.
of sight.
You a little bit lower. One more. There you go.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you there just real quick.
Where do you
So
want that?
you can see Fragan.
Wait, where we are?
Oh geez, I can't see that they're there.
Nope. So here's what happens. Varnex is moving forward. He's shutting off a little bit of light, but he can't see much further than beyond 10 feet of him. Luckily, he's got a little buddy on his back that's able to see, or actually out right now, who's able to see much further. So, I believe you can see what's on the screen right now, Fragan.
120 feet. Yeah.
Yep. So they can see you too, because they also have that vision. So
You have
you
a
hear
problem.
what sounds like a yell of alarm, and in Sylvan you hear the words, "Intruders, someone has come." And it's at this point that I would normally say that we're gonna need some initiative rolls. However, that initiative is gonna go well over 40 minutes.
You
So
wanna you don't want to get in the middle of a battle?
we've got that's the options. We can go, and we can end in the middle of a round, middle of a fight, or we stop here.
I personally vote that we stop here because that feels like a really fun cliffhanger.
It does.
And it's also roughly how long we would have run anyway because we started early.
Great. Yeah.
So it's not like we've lost time. Like we're not actually ending early.
We would have been ending like 10 minutes early.
Do we want to roll initiative now, or do we want to roll initiative next week?
We'll start next week with initiative roll. So
We're all
Do
gonna
we
die.
want to decide who gets inspiration tonight?
And
Do we want to do that on stream or off stream?
We can do it on stream.
We can do it on stream. They need to know.
Chat can
They
do a
should.
vote. Nah, that'd be biased towards me.
All that shopping you did.
So for anyone who isn't aware, at the end of each session, the players can decide who they think amongst themselves deserves inspiration. This is largely due to the fact that I'm very, very bad at remembering to hand out inspiration for things that I liked. So I'm basically decided, fuck you, they get to decide who gets inspiration. So does anyone have any thoughts as to who they think deserved it from this session?
The only person who can't get it is Ryan.
yeah, I got
Correct.
mine last week.
I think Lady B with her reading, because I mean, I know that it wasn't intentional, it just worked out that way. The cards matched what you actually said. It's kind of very cool. So
I'll second that.
Yeah, I like it.
That's 3.
But I also like Kenji's stuff with the shopkeeper and everybody else.
I think Kenji freaking out all of the NPCs all day was very fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
because
gonna say also I really
Wasn't
like that
just
like
NPCs.
moment in the bar where he scared the 2 NPCs out of there.
Yeah, and then the owner had to show up to open shop because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
two
yeah.
people that worked there were like out. Yeah.
Just
that was
was
fun.
voting Lady B. Thought it was going to be biased, and I see it is.
Wow.
I like her already.
Kenji Chaos. We got another one.
Yeah.
Chat.
don't worry, there's lots of other times that could be a thing. I like Lady B's thing.
I think because it probably won't happen again. I'd rather go with me because.
You don't get to vote for yourself? What are you doing?
Yes, you can. Hold on.
I'd like to
If it-
super casually nominate myself because it may not happen again.
No, but okay, like realistically, you're probably gonna continue to scare NPCs. Like as fun as it is,
True.
It's
that's
about to get a
probably
whole
more
lot
likely
better.
to happen than the cards lining up with what Caleb said,
Yeah,
which is
I liked it. It was good.
wildly cool.
I know I said like 2 things this whole session. I mean, I can't say everything every session. I had a good session last week.
You did
I
have a good
the
session last week.
unpopular opinion that nothing tonight was really like exceptional enough for inspiration.
Honestly,
Nobody.
I kind of agree.
If
but
if
I
we
mean, like, we did cool stuff, but it wasn't like, oh, this one thing that this one person did, like that deserves inspiration. Like, there isn't anything like that in tonight's session for me. So,
I don't know. You bought that studded leather armor very well.
I mean,
yeah, motherfucker
I had-
found that
I-
+1 easy.
I had a freaking, shopkeeper make special armor and a shield holder for a doll.
That was good.
I do like the idea that you did have like go out of your way to like make sure that you had a player accommodated for like that
Special
for that
need?
mobility. Yeah, like that special need that we have in the party.
It's that care to attention arrow that really changes the tide of a dynamic party member.
No, it's fine.
Wow.
'Cause it adds-
Randomly
it
calling
adds
out
more
people
to
from other
how-
campaigns.
Yeah, he's catching
It adds-
catching strays on Wednesday. By the time
No
It's
bullshit,
adding logic
though.
to how we get Kenji like around, and rather than him just like holding on to stuff, he's like, there's actually like stuff equipped for it now, and it's
I
going to
think
change
Michael's
our
right,
tide of
though.
combat moving forward too.
I'm accessible now.
I am, because I'm not going to be two-handed
Fuck you, Kenji.
anymore. Which is really
Kenji.
bad for you guys for combat. It's great for me for armor class, but I do more damage two-handed.
It's only like
You're fine.
a little bit less.
I know, but it is.
We'll be fine.
I kind of agree with Michael though.
Nothing-
Really, it was kind of a slow session tonight. It wasn't anything really. But
I still thought it was fun though.
no.
It was a
No.
good session.
It's
It just
different.
wasn't any like standout performances.
Right.
It was a lot of setup
was
today.
a
I
team
feel
It
like.
really was.
I know that I've put all of the pressure on you all, but I do kind of agree with Michael.
Yeah.
I'm good with no
Especially-
inspiration.
My opinion doesn't matter in this because it's up to you
No.
six,
Well,
but also
especially, I think the way our group is going to utilize inspiration once we have it is going to be for special things. So I think it should take something special to get it.
I agree with that. I'm okay with that.
Even shopping episodes have their VIPs. True. Somebody should get it.
Oh my goodness.
Inspiration to Tink.
Tink, what?
What?
Why does Tink get the inspiration?
For the deep
Inspiration to the
philosophy.
chat.
Don't show them pity.
How
Oh,
about
that's
that?
from Snooky. I saw purple and I thought it was
We let chat have.
Tenet.
Chat has the inspiration, and then they at one point can say somebody gets advantage on a roll.
Oh Jesus.
At
For
some point.
for 10,000 channel points, you too can give someone inspiration.
I have seen that there are like people out there that have like blesses that they can grant advantage to people.
That would be
That would have
fun,
to-
actually.
over
Or-
stock,
I've seen that,
like,
yeah.
But yeah.
If we were gonna do that, it would have to be like a big ol' like you guys we'd have to have the same channel point redemptions.
I
on
think
It would just be
Yeah, but
hard,
you
like,
can't
the one
stream
channel.
anymore. Lady B.
We have a whole other channel that any one of us can stream from. Thank you very much.
Anyway,
Extravagant
so,
casters.
does anyone think that someone definitely should get an
No.
inspiration die?
No.
I don't think so.
That's a
Oh,
no.
there's
That's
two
two no.
Lady
That's
B.
three no. It's one Lady B.
I mean, like, in the interest of our group being stronger, sure, we could give it to somebody, but
In order to the idea of it is to reward things that were good or cool. So if there doesn't feel like there is one, then I believe that we should pass.
Oh, you know what? This is a little one, but I don't know if it's like really that cool though. Too is I like the having Kenji eat the book, the ledger, to get a little bit of info. But it's just like that was a small moment that was like that might be helpful like later on, which was kind of neat.
Broke your heart.
Well, we're gonna have a side
broke my heart,
conversation
too.
about who's getting souls here, coming up real soon.
I'd
Whoever
like to remind the
whoever
party
kills
that
them.
the last time we were intruders, we got TPK'd, so I'll take inspiration on anybody.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah, surely we weren't underleveled by one level everyone. That surely wouldn't have. It's fine. It's fine.
We have all our resources right now.
yeah.
Not for the two other combat encounters that we have lined up after this. But-
Yes, it's one encounter at a time. Let's baby step this.
Yeah.
No, I'm good with nobody. So I vote no.
All right.
I'll hold my hand up for no.
Everybody's got a week to get really impressive with their combat
Mhm.
strats for next week.
Come up with
I'm
good
ready.
descriptions.
Get that
Come up with good
inspiration.
game plans. You know, that sort of thing.
I got
Yeah.
the pressure feet lined up and
Read
ready
the
to go.
article.
Well, here's the problem. I don't know what Kenji can and can't. I don't even know what fucking class he is yet. So I'm
Fair.
got him strapped to the front of my shield,
Don't
hoping
worry
that
about
like
it.
fucking a fireball's gonna shoot out of his good eye, or a mass darkness is gonna come out of the bad eye. Just
Dude, don't worry. All I need is just to see people. I'm good.
okay, but
He's gonna start flinging poop.
if you're, I gotta be melee. If you're in, see, we'll just figure it out. We'll see what
Yeah, fair
happens.
So,
Figure it out.
with that, we'll go ahead and do quick rounds for everybody, and then we can sign off for the night. So, Lady B.
Hello, I'm Lady Brittany. I stream Wednesday through Saturday Comfy Cozy Games on Twitch. You can find me pretty much on every social media, Lady Brittany or Lady_Brittany. Should all be mermaid themed, pretty easy to find. And then we just spent the time a couple weeks ago creating the Hextravagant Casters on every single social media that theoretically we'll start using, maybe ? If you want to start following that, it'll be the place for all of our D&D content as a group, hopefully soon.
We'll go to Ryan next, since both of you are streaming.
Hi. My name is Researcher Ryan. I play Yotev here on this campaign of Extravagant Casters. If you'd like to see more chaotic energy and weird fidgets that I've been doing over the course of this episode, you can find me at twitch.tv/researcher_Ryan when my brain doesn't decide that it can't function. So there you go.
I'm sold.
OEF.
I'm OEF5. So I don't typically stream on Twitch for things that you may know about. I stream fishing, like actual fishing from my kayak. That's why there's all this fishing equipment behind me and stuff. You can find me on Instagram at OEF5Outlaw. Twitter is OEF5. Twitch is OEF5. YouTube is OEF5. All those things. And I am currently promoting and working with Kayak Bass Fishing, the actual organization, and the president and founder, to promote Catch 22, which is a charity program so that anyone can fish bank, kayak, boat, any fish, and $22 goes to help veterans not commit suicide. So we're trying to get the number from 22 a day down to 0. And if you just want to help out, go to kayakbassfishing.com, join KBF, and sign up for Catch 22.
Nice. Step.
Hey, it's Step Freak. I play Killian Rockwell here. You guys can find me here on Twitch if you're already watching. STEPFREEK. I'm also on Twitter. Any posts of upcoming streams will be listed there, so go follow on Twitter. Also Discord server.
And Fragan.
Yo, it's your favorite comfy, cozy, lovable dog, Kenji, who is totally not creepy and is everybody's most enjoyable favorite thing in the world. They make accessories to accommodate me now. Did I say my name is Fragawagon? I went off on a tangent. I stream on Twitch, actually directly after this at 10 p.m. We're doing our factions recap because I stream mostly Pokemon Go on Twitch. So follow me there, or Twitter, the Fragenwagon, or if you're here on the YouTubes, I think it's actually Fragenwagon, so that would be super dope if it was. If not, just the Fragenwagon. My face is pretty good. It's got a good picture of my face you can find me on. Snooky, where do we find you?
You don't. I have a Twitter and I have a Twitch, but there's no need in following either of those because
You got
I
an
don't
Instagram
exist.
too.
I do
You
have
got
an
an
Instagram as well.
And you have
And a TikTok. I don't use any of them. I use them to look at other people's shit. So you can
Wait a minute.
follow them if you'd like. If you're really dedicated.
Wait, you were last streaming Pokemon Emerald, so you have live stream on Twitch. We can get you to do it again.
I have live streamed on Twitch before.
Hey,
yes.
yo.
Well, you have.
But at any rate, if you're dedicated, you can find those. But if you really want to see something else with me in it, the best place to go is Employee on Dynamite's stream on Wednesday nights. I believe we're going to have our first session back of the new year coming this Wednesday. I play a wizard in that campaign, and he's a truly phenomenal DM. He's fantastic. So if you're interested in more D&D and more stuff with both me and Fragan, that's a great place to find more from both of us. But yeah.
I feel like a wizard suits you very well.
And I just want to say,
He plays
Steph,
really
I
well.
appreciate your chat. And Tay, nice meeting you. Everybody else in chat, thanks. And Fragan's chat, you guys were boring over there. It was lively.
Damn.
Exactly.
All right, well, end your stream. Bye.